Okay. Hello, everyone. It's 10. It's 1 minute past already from 10. We will start a general assembly just to have a general overview. Can one OD put a Y on the chat just for us to understand if we have the normal amount? And then we will start the roll call with Mina, and it will be Mihai facilitating this session. Okay, I have 17 people, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, I'm missing one, but I think we need to start as the amount of. Okay, 23. Oh, we have to. Okay, draw a line, and I will ask Mina to perform the roll call.
IMP Austria, VPSA Belgium, Southern Bosnia-Herzegovina, BPHSA Bulgaria, CPSA Croatia, CPSA Cyprus, USF Czech Republic, ANEP France, BPHSA Germany, HUPSA Hungary, IPSA Ireland, LPSA Latvia, KDAT and LPDAT the Netherlands, MPSA North Macedonia, PPSA Poland, APEF Portugal, FATFA Romania, NAPSER Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, SHSFD Slovenia, FEF Spain, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, UPSA International Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom. We have 23 voting members present.
And I resume the standing orders, and I will pass the facilitation to Mihai.
Thank you, Eduard. So we shall proceed with the presentation of candidates for coordinators position 2020-2021. And we shall begin with events coordinator. For this position, we have received technical Eduard.
Okay, here I just would like a clarification from Zara and Reza to UPS International, because I was contacted from them because they have an exam at 12 noon, and I would like to know if you feel comfortable to proceed with the normal order. The BHSS will be the third position to have the presentation. Do you think that you still have time? We still have 2 hours for this. Okay, thank you. So Mihai, you can proceed. Sorry.
Thank you, Eduard. So we shall begin with the events coordinator position, and for this position we have received one application, Oana Maria Ciobanu. The link for the video was already available to all ODs, so we shall not watch the video again, and with this I open the floor for discussion for questions. Clarification, APEF?
Is APEF Portugal, but the video is going to be shared on the live stream description or not? Because yes, we have already seen and agreed that we don't need to watch the video again, but maybe to the live stream.
Eduard?
Okay, thank you, Ines, for your question. Yes, I just shared the video with Anya, the links with Anya. I didn't have time to prepare it before all of them, so Anya will put as soon as possible.
Okay, do we have any questions for Oana? Eva, HLM?
Yes, Eva HLM. So with the sorry, with the COVID pandemic, how do you plan to proceed discussions with the future RCs? Because I saw now in the report that for certain educational programs they were stopped as the exec did not feel comfortable proceeding until more was known, but this is something that will probably go on for your entire mandate. So how do you plan to tackle all of this, and also in collaboration with the RCs make sure that maybe there is some alternative to live events that's presented to IPSA members?
Wana?
Yes, Wana. Thank you, Eva, for your question. I have also tried to tackle this a little bit in my nomination form and answers to questions. Indeed, the COVID-19 situation is very unfortunate, and it will unfortunately not depend on us how everything will proceed from now on. But I do plan to be in regular contact with the RCs and keep them informed with everything that is decided on European level, and at the same time stay informed with what's happening on national level, because these two things may sometimes differ. I would strive to keep them motivated, and if possible, still have those live events. But if it wouldn't be possible, I would investigate a solution together with the VP Education and the rest of the executive to see whether we can move to online. The part of the educational program for sure can be done online, as we've seen it with different trainings done online and webinars. And also, we've had a very nice example from BPSA UK, who tried to do their, actually did their gala online, and we can try to also have that kind of social activity done online on different platforms. We also had something like that in Romania instead of our National Congress. We had the gala online on Discord, and it was quite nice because we could also play music and have little chit chats. So I believe, yes, in case this unfortunate situation would happen and we wouldn't be able to host live events, we could switch partly to online. Of course, it wouldn't be the same thing, but yeah, we could find a solution. Hope this answers your question.
Next, I have a new point from APEF.
Inês, APEF Portugal, regarding the registration process, is there anything you would really like to change in regards to that? Thank you.
Wana?
Yes, Wana. I thank you for your question, Ines. I would, because the feedback from RCs was that registrations officer would need a little more support from LSs being a little bit more involved and responsive, and do all their tasks in a timely manner and keep their participants well informed. Since we received this feedback, I believe we could insist a little bit more with transmitting all the needed information to LSs. As also stated in one answer to the questions in the form, I would try and do a special session, like a little meeting, to also brief the LSs about all the procedure. And besides that, yeah, I would keep transmitting info via email and collaborate with my VPIA to also try and repeat those instructions in the LS group, So like repeat, so that we can make sure they are very well aware of what they need to do. And in case any RC has any special different procedure, like we had the case with the student certificate, I would insist on that thing that is different because it might be less familiar to some LSs. Thank you. Hope it answers your question.
Thank you, Anna. We have no more questions. We have Eva HLM with a new question.
Eva HLM, yes, I have another one, which is in case there are certain disagreements or let's say miscommunication between the IPSA team and the reception committee, how much do you believe the events coordinator should be involved? Mainly, how much should the executive involve the events coordinator in the whole conflict management situation?
Juana?
Thank you, Eva, for your question. I believe the event coordinator will be anyway involved because he's the main contact between the RC and EPSA team, respectively executive. So I believe he or she would be the one who would know best both perspectives because they would be working with both parties for quite a while. So I believe they should be involved to such extent that they know how to better approach each party, and I believe this would help with mediating any conflict. As stated in my nomination, I do believe prevention is better than treatment, and I really hope with enough communication and collaboration and clear expectations since the beginning we won't end in such situations. But yeah, if we do, I do believe the events coordinator should be neutral and try to understand both parties and both perspectives and try to bring both visions to a aligned direction so that there would be no further conflict. Hope this answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We have no more new points on the speaking list, so do we have any more questions in the room? I see none, so I shall close the floor for discussion. Thank you very much, Anna. We shall proceed to the next position. Next position is Alumni Coordinator. Technical Duarte. Oh, sorry, final speech. Yes, please. You can go. Yes, Juana.
Thank you, Mihai. Because this is, I am also concluding my mandate as LS now, I would like to take this opportunity and thank my two FEASFR teams at home and the two EPSA teams I have been working with throughout these 2 years, and all official delegates and delegations whom I've met, because it was common inspiration from all of them that brought me here today. And it was an EPSA event back in 2017 that this fantastic journey started with, and I truly hope I get the chance to contribute to someone's first EPSA event, which would later also motivate them to work for making a change for pharmaceutical students' lives. I do wish for this not to be an end, but a fresh new beginning, and I thank you very much for considering my nomination.
Thank you, Anna. Now, we shall proceed to the next position. The next position is the Alumni Coordinator. We have not received any application for this position, so we shall move on to the Educational Affairs Coordinator. And we have received one application from Andrei Iordache, proposed by FEASFR Romania and APEF Portugal. Technical one.
One of FEASFR Romania or candidate. Shouldn't we also have, sorry to intrude, the speeches from proposers and seconders, or not now?
Proposers And seconders are free to take a new point when I open the floor for discussion. Technically, we don't have 1 minute for those. Duarte, do you still have a technical?
Yes, just to better clarify, on the executive, standing orders mandate us to have a proposer and seconder speech. On coordinators, don't. So if the members want to do it, they will have to do it as a new point.
Thank you for the clarification. And now we shall proceed with Andrei Iordache, the candidate for the Events Educational Affairs Coordinator candidate. I open the floor for discussion. I have APF.
Ines APF Portugal. APF is really proud of supporting Andrea's application. We were familiar with her work and potential before she showed us her interest on applying for Educational Affairs Coordinator. As you could see on her application, she has the background knowledge, the motivation, the skills, and the concrete ideas on how to improve the position's portfolio she's applying for, and also on how to help EPSA grow further. We hope you consider her application and will to give her best to EPSA as Educational Affairs Coordinator. Thank you.
Next we have SFRM.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Dear General Assembly, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. Luckily, we have a trainer ready to step in and coach our students' minds. Andrea is a great team player and her energy is contagious. She will activate everyone's desire to learn, team, members, and students all together. She will take care of those weary minds and impoverished hearts and rely on every developed social instinct. Give her room to create a new learning environment, and she will give you back precious lessons of integrated academic preparation, skills acquisition, and even a little bit of drawing or dancing. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the room? I have a new point from Napser.
I have a question for Andrea. So you were mentioning improvements in final establishment of ranking system. Moreover, how would you see benefit of ranking system for members association?
Andrea?
Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I mentioned some ranking systems because I think that some competition is always useful. However, I don't think that this kind of competition should be like the first thing to focus on, because first of all, I would love, to connect the member association, to connect the students. But in order to achieve that, we need that bit of competition, and this is why I proposed to establish some ranking systems. The ones I was referring to in my answers to the questions were for LEAP, for member associations, because we saw how good country leagues worked this year for the survey, for the methodology booklet, and even though it was a bit of competition between countries, it was also, a bit funny, and it also gave that community spirit. So I would use that ranking system both to improve this community spirit, but also to encourage associations to be more active into our educational project, because it's them like the bridge into EPSA and the students. So we want the associations to be more involved in LEAP. I'm not sure if this answers your question. If not, please let me know and I'll give more details. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions for Andrea? I have nothing new on the speaking list. I have one more question from Napser.
Ivana, Napser Serbia. How do you consider your collaboration with the Professional Affairs Coordinator? with the fact that that position holder is also in charge of online activities. Moreover, with the chat with professionals and educational chronicles, there is a significant raise in activities. Therefore, we would like to hear how would you tackle such approach?
Andrea?
Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, a strong collaboration with the professional affairs coordinator is needed due to the high amount of the online activities that are happening. So we have to make sure that they are not too close one from another, or that they are not happening at the same time. Also, I do believe that this collaboration is also important, and also with the Vice President of External Relations, because it's a super nice way to bring professionals closer to the educational project. So yes, I think that we should stay in touch, like the educational affairs and the professional affairs coordinator should stay in touch all the time to give updates to one another, maybe to have some common Google documents to write the activities that are happening and so on. But yes, strong updates should be indeed given from one to another.
Thank you. Next, I have a question from IPSA Ireland.
Jess, IPSA Ireland. So how do you think the position of educational affairs fits in with EPSA's collaboration with NGOs? Thank you.
Andrea?
Sorry, can you clarify a bit the question?
Yes, IPSA, you can go. IPSA?
Jess, IPSA Ireland, you mentioned it in your application about NGOs, so I'm just wondering, could you clarify that and just discuss how you want to collaborate with them as educational affairs? Thank you.
Andrea?
Yeah, sorry, I was not sure what you asked me. So, yes, how do I plan to work with the NGOs? I think this should also be done with help from the professional affairs coordinator and also from the alumni coordinators, because there are a lot of alumni who know persons from other really nice NGOs. So I'm not sure, to be honest, if I would be the one contacting them directly or not. So I need to clarify this within the department and with the past position holder, of course. But I think that collaboration with more members in the team should be also be done for this. Also, I see this collaboration with the NGOs as a super nice opportunity to gain more knowledge about other things that are close to pharmacy, but that we are not necessarily studying in our curricula, because this is actually how we develop and how we learn more, and also how we gain students' interest more.
Thank you for your answer. Now we have Natser.
Ivana, Natser, Serbia. How would you liaise with the Vice President of European Affairs to promote better methodology booklet and advocate for it better, as the document was released almost 2 years ago?
Andrea?
Yes, thank you for your question. I think that what EPSA has to do is to promote this first of all in between the students, because the most answers EPSA gains from students, the more accountable, let's say, are the results and the statistics. So I think that first of all, the collaboration should be done more with the policy affairs coordinator and with the educational department to find the proper questions and to do the survey also with the PR department for a super nice promotion meant to increase the students' interest in completing the survey. And of course, yes, in the end, collaboration with the Vice President of European Affairs is important, because in the end, the result, the document has to reach the professionals. But I do believe that the most important thing is to actually have more answers, because after that, if the answers are enough, it would be also easier for the Vice President of the European Affairs to tackle the topic of the methodology booklet with the professionals.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Eva?
Eva HLM, so I saw in many of the applications and also reports from the team out of talk about some restructure of the project. But then what happens in IPSA a lot is that people tend to ask for more and more, like how will you develop a project? How will you add something to the project? And it's starting to become unmanageable, and some projects just do not have much reach. So what's your opinion in regards to restructure of your portfolio, your possible future portfolio? Do you think it is worth kind of pushing certain projects, or do you think any should maybe be reevaluated or even dropped?
Andrea?
Thank you for your question. Honestly, I have mixed feelings about this, and I will say you why. Okay, so I've seen the project until now more like from the student side, and therefore I have an idea, let's say, of some things that worked, or some things that didn't, and some things that could work better. However, I am aware of the very extensive portfolio, and I'm also aware of all the issues, let's say, or the limitations, I would say better, from the project. I do believe that some of them should be indeed reevaluated. Yes, I don't think that many things should be added, let's say many new things or new projects, because this won't make things easier, quite the opposite. What I would like to focus on probably would be to try to link them better, to find a common ground for all of them, or for most of them, because you can't really find for really all of them, and to assess and to evaluate what works and what doesn't really work that good, to see if there is something that can be done, because sometimes is, but sometimes is not, because generations are changing, students are changing, they have different needs. So yes, and if after this assessment I would find out that some project or some part of the project really need to be dropped, probably I will do so, but of course more discussions within the educational department needs to be done for that.
Thank you. Eva?
Eva HLM, yeah, you mentioned discussions within the educational department. Is there anyone else you would like to ask for feedback, or any other way any other platform you would use to try and get results about this?
Andrea?
Do you mean for the assessments to evaluate the project? If I tend to, okay, yes, of course, I plan to ask for feedback from LSs, because they are the main contact with the students. But not only. Also, I plan to ask for feedback for the alumni, because they already have a lot of experience. So they had their experience in IPSA, but since they are most of them professionals now, they also know how the professional environment works, and what would be necessary for students to have in the future to have, let's say, their perfect job. So yes, so LSs, alumni, if we have some close collaborations with some professionals. Why not asking them as well, at least of their opinion, if we have, let's say, some common project or so on. But yes, I don't think that I should do this just by myself or just within the department. Of course, students and LSAs need to be asked, and also maybe some forms directly for students could be released to see directly from them how they see the project and what are their needs, and then to evaluate the answers.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the room for Andrea? SFB?
Anna, SSFB Romania. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
I believe so. Okay, so I would like to bring my appreciation for Andrea from the RC of the Summer University 20 side, and to say that working with her was a great pleasure. We observed during this year like the good skills she has as a very communicative person, good creativity, a very well organized, time management skills, which I learned just from her how to manage my time better. So I do believe that she is the best applicant for this position, and you can all see her motivation during so many years that she was involved in EPSA as a participant, and then as a RC member. So I hope you will consider her application.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or new points from the room? I don't see any. So I will close the floor for discussion and we shall proceed to the next position. Next position is Public Health and Social Services Coordinator. Oh, sorry, final speech for Andrea. Yes, please, Andrea, provide us with your 1 minute final speech.
Thank you. I would like to finish by adding two more things about me. The first one would be that I never give up. Why is this important right now? Because with this I can make you a promise that I really do my best to keep the project under my portfolio at a high level, and that I won't give up until I will find proper solutions to overcome all the challenges encountered. And the second thing is that I believe that for whatever we do, there should always be a bigger purpose, and that there is always room for improvement. Therefore, I plan to add another meaningful brick in the process of continuous development of the position I'm applying for. I hope you would give me the chance to prove that I can do something meaningful for the pharmaceutical students. I thank you all for the support. I thank you all for the questions, and I thank you for considering my nomination.
Thank you. And now we can proceed to the next position. Public Health and Social Services Coordinator. For this position, we have received 3 applications. Yagraj Singh Tandi, proposed by BPSA United Kingdom, seconded by IPSA Ireland. Valentin Lecluse, proposed by ANF France, seconded by APF Portugal. And Zahra Javid Anbardan, proposed by IPSA International Turkey and seconded by FSFR Romania. I open the floor for discussion. I have IPSA International.
Brazil for IPSA International Turkey, we would like to propose Zahra Javid for this position. Zahra has been active in our association for 4 years, and during these years, she was always focused on encouraging and communicating with people in order for them to join us and to be active. She started as public health coordinator in our association and organized many of them. In other mandates, she was always engaging in them as well and always insist on the importance of them. She, as an LS, tried her best to introduce EPSA to Turkey. As an president, she's so responsible, always helping us and getting our back. She engaged us to be creative and come up with new ideas. She has been an important part of our family during these years, and we are really glad to support someone who means a lot to us. Thank you, Reza Alice, for IPSA in Turkey.
Next, we have VPSA.
Hello, Lauren, BPSA. I would like to propose Jagraj Santandi for the role of Public Health and Social Services Coordinator. I was extremely excited to hear when he was told me that he was going to run for this, because not only is he one of my most active international representatives for BPSA, we nominated him for the Representative of the Year as well. He's shown an inspiring amount of initiative in both EPSA and public health throughout the year. Jagraj started his EPSA journey as a member of the PR subcommittee and then went on to secure funding for his place to attend the Autumn Assembly in Porach. He jumped at opportunities there, including presenting during symposia and the Most Contributions to the Educational Outcomes Award. He was organising the World AIDS Day public health campaign at his local university and prepared materials for it to be carried out to all the international representatives at BPSA. So this was completely independent of me trying to tell him what to do. He did this all on his own. I was very proud of him. And BPSA is just incredibly proud to support Jagraj in his application. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Next, I have KNPSV.
Thank you, Elina, KNPSV, the Netherlands. I have just a question for all of the candidates. Do you already see some room for improvement within the tasks of the Public Health and Social Service Coordinator, and where in particular? Thank you.
Next, I have IPSA.
Jeff, IPSA Ireland. IPSA stand here today to second Jagraj for the position of EPSA Public Health and Social Services Coordinator 2021. Many of you here today will already know Jagraj well from his numerous talks and enormous contributions at the EPSA Autumn Assembly. At this stage, that seems like a lifetime ago, with the current pandemic making all days seem a little longer. However, once this wave has passed, public health will be the foremost topic we as healthcare professionals will be dealing with. EPSA will be required to perform more work in this area, and Jagraj is very capable of this. He has already organised and executed public health campaigns for both EPSA and IPSF, so experience not an issue. He has dedicated himself to EPSA, writing for the EPSA blog and science blog, while also being on the EPSA PR subcommittee and also giving talks as a mentee in the mentoring project. Dedication is not an issue. IPSA have worked with Jagraj on events such as Orex EPSA at the last Autumn Assembly. From this, we know his attention to detail and know how well he can engage an audience. IPSA now encourage you to think about the person you want to lead this increasingly important aspect of EPSA, and we hope that you agree with us on this. Thank you.
Next, I have ANEF.
Joanne, ANEF France. So ANEF fully supports Valentine's application for the role of Public Health and Social Services Coordinator. Indeed, a motivation and experience make her a top candidate for this position. She managed to launch a super public health dynamic at the local level, then at the national level. This is why we believe she is the most skillful person to lead those initiatives at the European level this time. She is used to group management, as she had to manage a group of coordinators coming from our 24 faculties. She was also in charge of Medic Action Label, a label from ANEP that gather all the public health initiatives, where she had to coordinate a number of students working on ANEP public health campaigns with great success. It will be a great advantage for her to boost the IPSA PhD network as much as possible. Her creativity, her imagination, and her skills shine when you see how much she could have put in place for the IPSA Congress in Lyon in only 3 months of work when she joined the team. Her past experiences also took her to work with institutions and private organizations. She will be able to use all her knowledge for IPSA PHSS position development. She's an hardworking person, autonomous but also able to work in team when needed. Concerned about doing the right thing and with great listening abilities, we are convinced that she will be perfect for this position. Thank you.
And next we have APEF.
Inês, APEF Portugal. For APEF, motivation, passion, and experience are the keys for a great candidate. When Valentin presented us our application, we were highly surprised on how experienced she was regarding public health and social service. We are not repeating the large experience she has, and that made us believe even more on her. Valentin has a great view of the position she's applying for. She has not only specific ideas, but also the will of change and to give her best as Public Health and Social Service Coordinator of EPSA. APF believes on her capacities and motivation and would like you to take into consideration her great structured and prepared application as we do. This being said, APF believes she will be a great addition to the EPSA team 2021. Thank you.
And now we have Nafser.
Even on EPSA Serbia, I have a question for our candidate. How do you see collaboration with other educational department members regarding public health campaigns and social services?
Okay, first I have Yagraj. No, we cannot hear you. Okay, but since we have to start with Yagraj, he has 3 minutes to provide his answer in writing according to the standing orders. We'll wait for him to rejoin.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so in terms of how to liaise with other educational departments, I think that was the question. So I talked to the VP of Education, obviously, and also the Educational Affairs Coordinator to try and organise some actual public health podcasts. After reading over Michael's reports as well from the last team meetings, he said that there should be kind of educational chronicle meetings for the the larger campaigns. I would like to go further than that and actually initiate a public health podcast highlighting key public health issues. But as I said, I'd probably have to discuss that with PR and also educational to implement that.
Next, I have Valentine.
I see. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for your question. I just need a clarification. The question was the collaboration between the other departments, that is? Okay. So first of all, so the public health coordinator is within the education department, but the social service and public health could be something in collaboration, first of all, with the public relation, because the visibility, and with the design coordinator. Then with the European Affairs department for advocacy, because this is something that it needs to be developed, and also with external relations department for find sponsors, like I said in my cover letter, like to improve the knowledge of a public health campaign, we need to find sponsors with the knowledge, and they can help us to do something bigger.
And next we have Zahra.
Hello everyone, thank you for the question. So in educational department, I will be in collaboration with Educational Affairs Coordinator in order to improve the Life LEAP program, and I will also be in collaboration with the Publications Department and External Relations Department in order to collaborate with NGOs, and for the publications of the campaigns, I will be in collaboration with public relations, and for the European affairs, I will work for the advocacy as well.
Thank you. Next, I have a new point from xiii. I forgot to take earlier, and I apologize for this. So please, xiii.
Yes, Sylvia xiii. Life's most persistent and urgent question is what are you doing for others? xiii is proud to tell you that Zahra is doing it all for others. She always tries to put a smile on people's faces. She trains the minds of her trainees and she teaches the minds of those she coordinates. She strives to bring a change to her community and she is devoted to increasing public awareness on healthcare topics. We are happy to support Zahra's nomination because we've never seen more enthusiasm and dedication towards bringing a positive impact in others' lives than the one she endlessly expresses. Thank you.
And now I have to take again a question from KNPSV that I did not take answers to. So please, KNPSV, can you repeat your question?
Elina, KNPSV Netherlands. Yes, just repeat it. Do you already see some room for improvement within the tasks of the Public Health and Social Service Coordinator, and where in particular? Thank you.
First, I will have Valentine.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
Yes, KNPSV, you can go.
Elina, KNPSV Netherlands. Yes. Do you already see some room for improvement within the tasks of the Public Health and Social Service Coordinator, and where in particular?
Valentine?
I don't know what you mean. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what you mean by improvement for the position.
I see KNPSV typing, so I'll wait a bit. KNPSV?
Elina, KNPSV Netherlands. Yes. Do you have some ideas to make the work that they've done during the current mandate of the last mandate? Are you see some things you want to change, you want to add, or you want to don't do anymore, or things you want to change?
Okay.
Valentine?
Sorry, I get it. Sorry, I get it. Yeah, so first of all, I would like to improve the guidelines because I think this is something that that could be useful for all the students that want to do public health or social services. And with these guidelines, I would like to ask LSs what they done inside the country or at the local level in that way to be a very big guideline. Then I would like to improve the quality of the materials. First of all, because I think when there is too many infographics, it could be lost all the social media area. So if we could just do 3 or 4 infographics, like one per day, if the campaign is around 1 week, then yes. Also, like I said within my application, I will do my best for if I get elected, I will do my best for send the materials in advance, like 2 weeks before the D-Day, to make this easier for you.
Thank you. Next I have Zahra.
So I have read the reports from Michael, and I have seen that the improvement of members, association engagements, and I want to improve that better. I will try to put some sessions and try to speak with them more and try to have.
Sorry for stopping you. Someone has a mic open. Please close it. I have no idea who. I think that's it.
Can I continue or?
Yes, Valentine, that was you. Please close your microphone. Next time you can continue now.
And I would try to put some sessions to improve the soft skills between the public health coordinators of member associations, because I see that if we hear each other's ideas and come with new ideas and be creative and hear each other plans, it would improve our interests in engagement of public health campaigns. So I would try to improve the engagement of member associations.
I have a technical from APEF.
It's up partially. It's okay now. It was before, maybe for the Valentin micro. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Next time, just drop on the chat, please. Next, I have Yagraj.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear the question. So, would you just quickly be able to go over the question and just kind of rephrase it for me, just so I can hear it?
NPSV.
Eline Kempis for the Netherlands. Where do you see room for improvement within the tasks of this position, and where in particular?
Okay, so in terms of this room for improvement with this mandate, I'd like to see closer collaboration with external relations, because that's highlighted as a potential problem in terms of the time frame with organising campaigns for EDSA, EMSA, EPSA, and IPSF Euros. So I'd like to work on that in future, along with the kind of ER department and also PR, to design material, but also make sure we're not replicating their material. Because if another organisation has designed great and effective material, say for example EDSA with oral health, they're the experts in their kind of field, so we could probably liaise with them to create better material and also kind of implement that into practice better. So it's a kind of two-way collaboration between, obviously, we provide them material, they provide us, and that way we can promote more material, and also we can promote more kind of public health campaigns. I think that's the way forward. So I'd like to see more relations with external relations. Also with the mentoring project as well, I would like to implement a public health campaign for that. And also, as was mentioned with LEAP, I'd like to organise several campaigns for that as well. And also just kind of podcasts which can be put out where people can access these kind of learning outcomes and education outcomes and learn something from it. I think LEAP needs to be developed as a platform a bit more. It is a bit underdeveloped, so along with the educational department, I'd strive to actually make that a better platform for public health and social services campaigns.
Thank you. Next, I have Mupsa.
Can you hear me?
You'll need to speak a bit louder and it will be fine.
Okay, Mupsa, Özlem Mupsa, Turkey. I would like to make a comment for Zahra. We, as Mupsa, got the chance to meet her through our collaborations and communications with UPSAIN. Last year, we hosted a public health 5K marathon, followed by a lecture on sports pharmacy with Zahra and her team, and we received a lot of positive feedback. In addition, this year she successfully carried out EPSA training for us on 2 separate occasions. To conclude, we would like to say that Zahra is very communicative and hardworking. We reached her easily whenever we need, and she always tried to bring new ideas on her work. Based on our experience with her, we think that she is extremely suitable for the position. Thank you.
And next we have Apef.
So Jerome is having some problems, technical problems, so I will just make the question. Inês APF Portugal, sorry. Thank you all for your applications. I would like to ask you if you have thought on some ways to ease the work of EPSA members to promote public health campaigns materials if the materials are not shared in advance. Thank you.
I will take first Zahra.
So I think that with making the calendars at the first of the main days and at the first of the main days, we can really approve that, because the calendar is so important, and I will always send notifications to the associations in order for them to know that the campaigns is coming closer. And I will always be in relations with public relations department, with design coordinator, to improve the materials in advance.
Thank you. Next I have Yagraj.
Yeah, so timing is very difficult for EPSA. Like all of the departments have conflicting priorities. So I'd like to send things to them well in advance, plan things well in advance. So I'd start the year by doing a kind of needs assessment of the public health needs and social services needs for EPSA, because I want to actually target specific needs. So people can design great public health campaigns on a local level, but on a European level, I feel we need to actually design campaigns which are bespoke to our kind of European continent. So I'd start the kind of mandate by actually designing this questionnaire alongside the educational department and sending this out to the LSs and PHSS coordinators, and then mapping out a calendar alongside the LSs and PHSS coordinators, and also just that way we can tailor the services to the European students.
Thank you. Next I have Valentine.
Thank you for your question. I will liaise with the PR department about the option of sending the materials on Photoshop format, since it will be easier and quicker for members who want to translate materials. And also sending the exact number of materials and publications 2 weeks in advance, and starting on the PhD calendar, so even if materials are sent later than expected, members are already aware and prepared what is going on. So I think in my mind it's the best solution, but nothing could be perfect about the timing.
Thank you. Next I have Paulina.
Paulina, VP External, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yes, so taking into account the fact that this year we had a lot of engagement in between the External Relations Department and Educational, how would you see the importance of strategic planning and smooth communication in regards to PHCs done with the external student associations?
First I have Yagraj.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear the question. It seems to be, I'm not sure if it's Adobe Connect, but yeah.
Yes, Paulina.
Paulina, VP External. So again, taking into account that we had this year a lot of engagement in between different organizations that were doing the public health campaigns together with EPSA, I was wondering how would you see the need to communicate it smoothly inside the EPSA team?
Yagraj, did you hear the question?
No, sorry. Yeah, I've tried to do that, Lauren.
Okay, she will use another microphone.
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me now better? Yes, no on the chat.
And microphone.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Paulina with the external. So my question was, since we did a lot of public health campaigns this year with different externals, also with student associations, how would you see the importance of good communication inside the EPSA team when planning those campaigns? What would you see? How would you achieve good communication inside the team while planning those campaigns with externals?
Yeah, sure. So I think, sorry. Thank you, Dua. I think the kind of main take-home messages, which I've taken from reading over the team meeting reports, are that it takes time to actually implement it, and it is a quite tight time frame. So I'd liaise more with the VP of External Relations in future, and also with the PR department in order to ensure that the content is ready and in place, ready for our, say, social media campaign or our live campaign. I'd also talk to the events coordinator as well, in order to discuss that and, any kind of logistical problems we could kind of face. So in terms of the PR department, afterwards as well, I would seek to actually publish the content, whether that be on the EPSA blog or EPSA Science or even in the EPSA newsletter, just so that we have a record of it and like our members have a record of it, but also in our kind of team meeting reports, so I also document it there as well.
Next, I have Valentine.
Hey, thank you, Paulina, for your question. First of all, I plan to continue this good relation. And PhD should be done sometimes with other NGOs, and I intend to seek for help of the external expert department, of course. Also, I am aware of some feedback from members that they felt some double PhD campaign of EPSA and IPSA, for example. So I would really like to improve this relation regarding PhD and to liaise with external department and also IPSF Euro in order to create joint campaign. Also, ETSA, EMSA, and other European student associations. And for this, I would propose a Telegram group or a WhatsApp group or also meetings on the beginning of the Monday to brainstorm for the future joint PhD.
Thank you. Next, I have Zahra.
So, as I have said in my answers, I don't have that strategic plan, but in my opinion, all the public health campaigns are so important for all the associations, and I try, if they overlap each other, we have to try to collaborate with them to do it together, because so many members do the same thing and tag everyone, and we have done the same in our association as well. So in order for that, I will try with the help of the external relations to be in contributions with them and try to solve that problem, and that's it.
Thank you. And now I have Duarte with the technical.
Okay, just as chairperson here, we have the time that we have here for this point already passed. I know that you have still 3 coordinators, just for you to know. We still have some new points, and I would like just to understand if you want to continue with this discussion or if you want to stop it, as we still have a lot of questions on the speaking order. Yeah, why to continue and to stop.
Okay, I see voice in the chat. So now next I have APEF. Drop. Next I have VPSA.
Hi, Lauren, BPSA United Kingdom. So it's been noted in the past that online public health campaigns can sometimes lack impact because we don't always hit the target audience. Do you have any ideas on how you can ensure that we get the public health messages across online, especially during the COVID time, because we might not get a chance to have in-person public health campaigns? Thank you.
First I have Valentine.
I'm sorry, I don't get your question. Do you
BPSA.
BPSA. So online, as when we share things, we often hit the same target audiences because we just share things with each other. How do you have any ideas to make it so that during COVID, when we might not get the chance to have in-person public health campaigns, how we can make changes to get a larger target audience and more impact on online health campaigns?
Okay, thank you for your question. Thank you for your questions. I intend to have a close contact with members to have feedbacks on how they think it's the best way to reach their students, and also investigate other ways how to reach a different audience and have more impact. But I can't answer right now. That's something we need to discuss with the futurist EPSA team. Maybe to change the social networks, like on Twitter, or I don't know.
Next I have Zahra.
So as I have said in my answers, I had planning in my mind to some associations to do a project together. For example, imagine a video that all the, for example, 2 associations together make that video, and all of them speak in their language and have some English subtitle as well. So the impact will be more because we can have so many good posters and videos, and students will be more interested to watch them and be more interested in public health campaigns that we have.
And now I have Jagresh.
Yeah, so as I said before, I'd probably implement a questionnaire early on in order to assess kind of the public health needs and also social services needs. Because there's one reason for that, and that's you could have an amazing campaign, but it has a very poor uptake just because people don't engage with it. So I think we need to kind of tailor our kind of campaigns to meet a point. Yeah.
Thank you. Next we have Anep.
Yes, Joanne, Anep France. So we had a question. Considering the fact that in the last congresses, Teddy Bear Hospital couldn't take place for different reasons, what are your thoughts about it? Thank you.
Zahra?
Thank you for the questions. So for Teddy Bear Hospital, in the live campaigns, I will try to connect with our member association if they want to do it by their own. Because, for example, in Turkey, I know that MUPSA do it by their own. And for the congresses, I will be in contact with the RC team and event coordinator to plan that campaign.
Jagresh?
Sorry, there was a bit of a delay there. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, so, Joanne, sorry.
Yes, Anep, go.
Thank you. So Joanne in France. Yes, it was regarding the Teddy Bear Hospital, as it couldn't take place in the last congresses. Do you have any ideas or reflection on how you can ensure that it takes place in the upcoming one, or any new ideas? Thank you.
Yeah. So in terms of thank you. In terms of the Teddy Bear Hospital, I think it would be good at the autumn assembly because it's themed about kind of childhood healthcare. So I think it also would kind of work well there. I'd have to talk to the reception committee about that in order to organise it, but I think it will be ideally situated at the autumn assembly.
Valentine?
Thank you for your question. Obviously, sometimes it could be difficult to set up a TBH within an EPSA event, especially in recent years. But I really think we can find some alternatives to do an activity with children, such as I proposed to Michael and the Edu department for the AC20. We plan to visit hospitalized children and do some education games with them to learn some words in English, but easy words. And also, on the other hand, I believe the TBH is a great activity that students should have the opportunity to experience anyway. So it will be good to develop TBH at the local level, having a TBH month, as it has been done for social services month this mandate. And I will be happy to help the PHA's coordinators to achieve this. We can have a meeting together to plan and discuss how they can proceed.
Thank you. Next we have Natser.
Theodora Napster, Serbia. We would like to know if you have any concrete plan in mind regarding social services month in the future. Thank you.
Jagraj?
Yeah, so in the last mandate, this was quite popular. So I'd like to do this biannually instead of just annually. In terms of social services campaigns, I'd like to do lots of small social services campaigns on a local level and then do a large digital social service campaign. But I'd like to do the opposite for public health in terms of designing lots of small social service campaigns. Sorry, no, lots of small digital campaigns and then large kind of public health campaigns at the flagship events for EPSA, so Autumn Assembly, Annual Congress, Annual Reception, and potentially Summer University as well.
Next I have Valentine.
Yeah, so I thought I have already answered this question, but some social services that could be done within your own country during a twinette or an event, like the TDB hospital, but develop activities within school to talk about sleep and screens, the nutrition, the feeding. And on the other hand, social services that could be done for an EPSA project during an EPSA event, like the global warming. It's the hot topic on the EPSA European level, and EPSA should make sustainable and eco-friendly activities. The advantage might be that it's also a link with advocacy. That's it.
Zafra?
So during my mandates, I have realized that all the associations have so many works to do and all of are so busy. And having a social services each month would be so much, in my opinion, and I would to decrease that a little bit because I think that the quality is so much more important than the quantity of the social services. That's the reason that I'm going to work more on them. And to be honest, I think that we are all engagement people in doing so many works, but if we want to more interest people to be more engagement with us, we don't have to do so many campaigns or so many social services because some students get bored at some levels. So we have to be more we have to have more quality and to engage more them to collaborate with us. So that would be my answer.
We have a 9.3 proposed by CZPSA Czech Republic, seconded by PPSA Poland. To explain a bit what will happen, if this 9.3 passes, we will stop the discussion on public health and social services coordinators and we shall move on to the next point on the agenda. If not, the floor for discussions will be reopened and we can finish with the speaking list. I open the floor for discussion on the 9.3. I see no one, so Duarte with the technical. Lord, are you here? Can you hear me?
Sorry, internet. Can you repeat me, Hi?
Yes, we have a 9.3 proposed by CZPSA Czech Republic, seconded by TPSA Poland. We have no one trying to say anything about this 9.3.
Sorry. I close the floor for discussion.
Thank you. Now I shall draw a line and you shall vote for the 9.3 to close the floor for discussion or not. Please say for, against, or abstain. I have IPSA voting twice. I will draw another line and please cast your vote again and be careful to not vote twice. I will give you a bit more time to cast your vote, then I will draw a line and will not accept any more votes. We have 19 votes for, none against, none abstaining. 9.3 carried unanimously. And we shall proceed with the next point on the agenda. And this is the science coordinator elections. No, sorry, I will not proceed. I will give you 1 minute for the final speech. Please, Jagraj.
Yeah, so thanks for your time and consideration on my application. I believe this year I'll be able to build close ties between the IPSF and EPSA, as well as create some really spectacular campaigns for both organisations by working in collaboration with IPSF Euro, but also the other European student bodies such as EDSA, EMSA and EFSA. This year I plan to expand the public health and social services portfolio by first assessing the needs, both of these through a questionnaire which will be disseminated to ALSs and PHSS coordinators. And based on this, we'll be able to create some bespoke campaigns to meet the health and social care needs on a European level. I look forward to hearing your verdict, but either way, I'll continue to design and implement public health and social services campaigns for EPSA. As PHSS coordinator, I believe I could build close ties with the external organisations, whilst also improving EPSA's policy advocacy regarding the public health and social services campaigns. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next I have Valentine.
I would like to thank you, all the LSs and audience in general, for your pertinent questions. I'm delighted to see how involved you are in public health and social services area. I hope you have appreciated my answers, and I hope I have convinced you of my motivation for this position. See you.
And now I have Zahra.
So first of all, I wanted to thank everyone for all the questions and comments. And I wanted to say that during my mandates, I have realized the importance of public health and public health campaigns and social services. And I have felt and seen how important they are. And I want other people to feel and gain that knowledge as well, because during my main days, I have gained a lot of experiences and gathered so many friendships in EPSA and IPSA International. And I want to thank everybody, and I wish luck for all the nominations. Thanks a lot for your considerations.
Thank you for your speeches. And now we shall proceed to the science coordinator applicants. I open the floor for discussion, and first I have Napser.
Teodora Napster, Serbia. Napster has an honor to propose Ognjen Ivetić for Science Coordinator position. Ognjen showed his interest in EPSA while participating in the Twinet project way back in 2017. Since then, he got engaged with EPSA, participating at EPSA events, becoming an EPSA trainer in 2018, and being part of helping team at AA18 and AA19. Ognjen's passion is science, on the other hand, and he puts a lot of time and effort to develop science projects at his faculty. We can conclude with any doubt, Science Coordinator is a position on which he will have his interests and passions combined. He will express himself, he will give his knowledge and effort to develop science in EPSA even further, motivate students all around Europe to show their scientific researches and conclusions. For all being said, Napster strongly supports Ognjen's candidacy and hopes General Assembly will recognize his value as well. Thank you.
Next, I have CPSA.
CPSA, Tomislav, Croatia. Can everybody hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. CPSA fully endorses Ognjen's application for the position of EPSA Science Coordinator. CPSA has been in collaboration and highly productive communication with Ognjen all the way since Summer University in Izmir, and his high professionalism has been noted during the last two autumn assemblies, where he was a part of the helping teams. For such reasons, he has high auspices from both the CPSA executive team and our coordinators. We egregiously believe that his extensive background in practical science and his soft skill training will only serve as a trampoline towards his new position if elected. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I have PPSA.
Carolina, PPSA Poland. It is a pleasure to second Nita for the position of Science Coordinator. Although she has not been involved in EPSA long, she has expressed her great motivation to help to develop it. Her incredible passion for science can be seen in her day-to-day activities. We are sure she will be able to share it on all prepared workshops, publications, and events. She has gained all the necessary skills needed to write articles for Science Monthly and Science Blog, while keeping her personal science blog. With all of that, we believe she is the perfect candidate for the position of Science Coordinator. Thank you.
I see Duarte typing. Duarte, technical?
Okay, I'm not sure if it is because of they are going on the browsers. But Bernardo is trying now and he's on the browser and he can hear me over the web phones. But what I will ask you, Mihai, is to repeat the questions from the members. Or even if the members could write, it would be better because with that you can even prepare in advance if you have any questions for the both coordinators. You write the questions and Ognjen and Nida will be able to answer. It's clear? Okay. I think it is clear.
And I see no new points. Napser? Yes, I will wait for you to write. Okay, I will read the question and then I will take answers. The question reads, now that EPSA became full member of UFEPS, do you have any concrete plan how to advance collaboration with them on science projects? First I will take Nida and then Ognian. So Nida, you can answer.
Hello
Both of
guys,
you
can you hear me by any chance?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please continue with your answer. Nida, can you hear me?
Guys, can you hear me? All right. So first of all, okay, great. Thank you so much. In terms of science projects, all right. In terms of ESSP, I would collaborate. Yes, I can, but I guess it's synchronized. Should I write it down? All right. So as I see, you can hear me. So in terms of EPSA student science publication, technically collaboration with EUFEP, EUFEPS would be that they would give crucial feedback to all the students that are publishing, and also they could contribute by all right, yes, please read questions because I cannot hear anyone else but Mihai.
If you can hear me, we could not hear you. You broke up after a point, so please provide your answer in writing. We have 3 minutes starting now. Duarte, it's a technical yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I will ask you to repeat because they can only hear you. So what we will do now, they are both with connection problems, so we will proceed with the standing orders on the writing procedure. So there will be a question, and they will have 3 minutes each one to answer the questions, and they can be typing both at the same time. So they will have 3 minutes for both to provide an answer. It's clear for everyone? It's just because if we continue with this procedure, we didn't let the first question. I will ask just the ODs for the understanding and a little bit of patience for 3 minutes on each question. Yeah, just please read for them.
Okay, I will read again the question and then I'll be waiting for your answer in writing. The question reads, now that EPSA became full member of UFEPS, do you have any concrete plan how to advance collaboration with them on science projects? Now there is no one speaking at the moment. We are waiting for the candidates to provide their answer in writing. Okay, I will read Ognian's answer while Nida is still typing. Yes, by increasing the collaboration with them. I would propose them to collaborate more for the ESSP. I would propose that authors of the best student scientific papers can get an interview with someone from UFEPS. Also, I will try to ask them to help me with getting the impact factor for the ESSP. The last one would be to ask them to provide some benefits for the students who share their scientific papers. Technical xiv.
Mojca xiv Slovenia. My question is, will they have to follow now the rule who has to answer the question first as they are typing or no?
Duarte?
Yes, we need to. Thank you for reminding that. Yeah, we will continue to follow the order. So, Mihai, when they answer, you ask please for the first one. On this case, the next one we will be Nida, the first answering, and then on the second one it will be Alvin. Just clarify that with the candidates. Thank you, Shasasafadu.
Thank you. So now I shall be reading Nida's answer. Collaborating with the UFEPS should be more communication, counseling, should be a more dynamic collaboration since UFEPS is the one that gives feedback on ESSP. Also, they review EPSA Science Day. In addition, I would increase the number of interviews with specialists from UFEPS. And next, I have a question from APEF.
Inês APF Portugal, thank you both for your applications. Can you please tell me what do you think it should be the top priorities of your mandate the first 3 months after the handover period if you get elected? Thank you.
I would like to ask the candidates if they heard the question or if they want me to repeat it. Okay, so the question is, what would be your top priority in the first 3 months of the mandate? APEF, correct me if I am wrong, or I would really appreciate if you could write it in the chat for them to see. Okay, I don't see APEF correcting me, so okay. Thank you very much for writing, and I would like to ask all the other people that want to ask questions to continue in the same way. First, I will take Nida's answer and then Ognian's. Okay, so we received Nida's answer. I will be reading it. My priorities would be to increase the quantity and quality of Science Blog and Science Monthly, organize social media campaigns to promote them, collaborate with other organizations like EMSA, EDSA, ENSA to popularize the content, also make it more valuable and entertaining, collaborate with public health and social services on World Health Day campaigns, conduct interviews with professionals. Ognian's answer is, my top priority would be to popularize science, introducing science projects to students. That way I am sure that more students would like to participate in science activities. We would have more people willing to share their research, and I am quite sure that some of them would like to participate in writing science blog. Also, I would like to do the survey about EPSA Science Monthly so students can provide me with topics they would like to explore. Thank you for your answers. Next, we have a question from Joseph. Please write your question in the chat so that both candidates can see it. The question is, given the new MOU with the European MD-PhD Association, how would you ensure that this collaboration will be fruitful and will continue during the following years? First, I will have Ogni and then Nida. You have 3 minutes. We start counting. Duarte with the technical.
Okay, they both have 3 minutes. It starts counting now for both. But first, you will ask Ognian to share the question, and right after, Nida can answer. Also, I would like to encourage all the other candidates, if I'm not wrong, it's just Jill, but from Audit Committee, to download the platform, the Adobe Connect, because if not, it will be the same problem with this. The platform is not too heavy, so you can just download it and it will be easier. The other ones, I think all of them have.
I'll remind you, Ognin has to submit his answer first, then Nida. Okay, time is up. Any answer to this question shall be discarded and shall not be taken into consideration by the General Assembly. And we have no other new points on the speaking list. Any more questions or comments for the science coordinators? I have a 9.3 proposed by IPF Portugal, seconded by SPFC Slovakia. I'll clarify a bit what will happen. If the 9.3 is voted and carried, we'll move on to the next position. If not, we will resume the questions for the science coordinators. I open the floor for discussion on the 9.3 procedural motion. I have Duarte with the technical.
I am not seeing any questions or no one typing, so I will close the floor for discussion.
Thank you, Duarte. I have Deron online. Please state for, against, or abstain on the 9.3 procedural motion to stop the discussions. I will now draw a line and will not accept any more votes. Okay, Carolina with a technical.
Carolina, PPSA Bond. Could we just have all the applicants write if they have any technical problems and if they can hear us and they are here? So this situation as with the science coordinator will not happen again and we won't waste time. Thank you.
Okay, PPSA technical.
Carolina, PPSA Bond. Also, they did not provide their final speech. Thank you.
I know, thank you very much, but we still did not close the voting for the 9.3. Technical after only, okay, not now. Since we have an Y in the chat and not a 4 from FASFR Romania, I will draw another line and please redo the voting procedure. Pay attention to write for, against, or abstain and not anything else. Thank you. We have a line drawn here. Not accept any more votes. We have 22 votes for, none against, no abstentions. And since we were able to hear the candidates, I would like to ask them to read their final speech, starting with Ognian. Technical first word. Okay, that was your technical, so please, Ognian, we could hear Nida, so try to speak to see if we can hear you. And if we can, you will read your final speech. We cannot hear you, so provide it in writing, and I will ask Nida to read her final speech.
I hope everyone can hear me. So thank you so much for your time and for considering my application. And I really hope I will be able to deliver as much as possible if I get elected as a science coordinator. I have a lot of competencies up my sleeve, and I have huge plans and concrete ways how to achieve it. And I hope I will be able to exercise it, having developed all the soft and hard skills needed for this position throughout my high school years. And even though I've not been in EPSA for long, but it's not about how much time you have, but what you do with it. So I believe I will be able to provide the best value. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Ognian typing, so I'll wait for him to finish his final speech. I will read it, and then we will move on to the next point. Okay, I will read Ognian's final speech. Dear General Assembly, first of all, I would like to thank NAPSA and CPSA for proposing and supporting me. Taking into account my past experiences and scientific background, I strongly believe that I have the necessary skills to fulfill the position's requirements, and the role of the EPSA Science Coordinator is the one I find myself comfortable in. Being an EPSA trainer for almost 2 years has helped me to develop the qualities necessary to be a good team player, to bring a lot of energy into the work, and to always be open to new ideas. I am sure that my previous scientific and EPSA experience will help me to promote science even more and bring it closer to students. I am ready to dedicate my time for this position and contribute EPSA as much as I can. Thank you to both candidates. What technical?
Okay, I would like to know in the room, because the session was supposed to be over. Do you want to do a break right now? Do you want to continue? I would just like to inform you that we are not in the middle. We still didn't finish the educational department. But just to understand, okay, I propose at least to continue and finalize the edu department. So yeah, you can go, Mihai.
Thank you, Eduard. Next, we shall move on to the training coordinator. We received one application on time from David Brichta, proposed by CGPSA Czech Republic and seconded by PPSA Poland. And we have received a late application from Max Willy Georgi, proposed by BPHD Germany, seconded by xiii.Slovenia. I would like to ask the General Assembly to vote yes or no if they agree to discuss Max's application since it was submitted after the deadline. First, I open the floor for discussion on this. To remind you, we are discussing whether to accept or not Max's application since it was sent after the deadline. I have the PhD.
Hello, can you hear me all?
Yes.
Perfect. So, dear General Assembly, in BBC Germany, the deadlines are always until 23:59 o'clock at the end of the day. Additionally, during that day, Max was moving out of his apartment. This caused for some confusion and is the reason why Max applied a couple hours after the deadline. So, the various events Max has attended, he has shown what a punctual person he is, and that this won't happen again. This is why we recommend you to accept this late submission. Thank you.
Thank you, PhD. You were breaking up a bit. We could understand you, but it was a bit hard. Do I have any more questions or comments on accepting Max's application? I see none. I have David with a new point.
David, DC applicant. I would like to state that I support accepting Max's application because, as we see, it was in the matter of hours, not in days. Therefore, I believe that it was not a matter of irresponsibility, but just a human mistake that can happen to everyone. Thank you.
Okay. And since I see no other new points, I have to work with the technical.
Yeah, close and you can proceed to the voting.
Thank you, Eduard. I will draw a line. Please vote for, against, or abstain on accepting Max's application. I am soon drawing the line to not accept any more votes. And with this, I see that it was carried unanimously to accept Max's application. So I open the floor for discussion on questions for the training coordinator position. We have 2 applicants accepted by the General Assembly. First, I have xiii.PSA.
Appelena xiii.PSA Czech Republic. Can you hear me loudly and clearly? Okay. Dear General Assembly, I'm honored to propose our active member David Brista for the position of training coordinator. For the past 2 years, we've had a chance to see his work and dedication, which he proved being the VPIA and president of xiii.PSA. It was a year and a half ago when David became a trainer and found his new passion, where he showed his leadership skills, hard work, and his enthusiasm bringing new ideas and projects for students. He used all the options to deliver trainings in the countries where they don't have many trainers. Last year, from his ideas, xiii.PSA organized a successful TNT, and where there was no applicant this year, he encouraged us to organize another one so students wouldn't miss the opportunity. Even though he was overwhelmed with his work as a president, he always found the time to deliver as much training as possible. He never stops to encourage others to become a trainer and improve themselves. Therefore, we believe that he's the right candidate and he possesses all needed skills with added value, his personality. Thank you very much.
Next, I have PPSA.
Carolina, PPSA Bond. It is our pleasure to second David for the position of training coordinator. As a trainer, he has always remained approachable and friendly, which created a safe space not only for his participants, but also for the co-trainers. During Slovak, Polish, Czech leadership camp, I had the pleasure to see firsthand how hard he works to deliver the highest standards and how he values the bonds he creates with his participants. He has been an incredible value to our PPSA TTT, and he has helped our project to grow. He always knows what and how to provide feedback and how to propose solutions. He has always helped others to develop and guide them to become better. We have no doubt he is the best candidate for the position of training coordinator. Thank you.
Next, I have BPHD.
Dear General Assembly, on behalf of BPHD Germany, I would like to express the reasons for our support. Max has been our Vice President of Education for the mandate 2016 and 2017, giving him a deep insight into the pharmaceutical curriculum, as well as the problems pharmacy students are facing. Following 2 mandates, he has been our president, showing great leadership and organizational skills. Afterwards, he supported the German medical students with being their training coordinator, giving him unique experience on how the position of the training coordinator works in a different association. On top of that, he has been interested in the training coordinator position in EPSA for over a year, attending team meetings, talking to his predecessors, and preparing his application carefully. Attending trainers events like the Youth Training Academy and Leadership Summer School to expand his skills as a trainer and show how committed he is for the position. We think he is the ideal candidate for EPSA and we would be honored to have him in the EPSA team. Thank you for considering his application.
Next, I have xiii.Grant.
Mojca, xiii.Grant Slovenia. xiii.Grant supports Max's application for the training coordinator. Not only he has shown an immense interest for that position, he also presented concrete ideas and has a clear vision for the future of training coordinator and the project. Furthermore, through his work in a national association and as a training coordinator for German Medical Students Association, not only he gained valuable organizational and leadership skills, but also received a lot of knowledge and has experienced different good practices that can be implemented in EPSA and can bring the training project even further. All that being said, xiii.Grant is convinced that Max is the right candidate for that position, and thank you for considering his application.
Next, I have FSFR.
Juana, FSFR Romania, thank you both for your applications. We've seen in both these applications many areas of improvement and ideas and plans, but we'd like to ask which is, in your opinion, the biggest need of EPSA training project at the current moment. Thank you.
First, I will take David's answer and then Max. So, David, please.
David, this applicant. I would say that the high priority and the biggest need right now for a training project is to have enough active trainers, since we lost 2 TNTs this mandate during the unfortunate events, and since the pandemic might go on, it is possible that we will not be also able to organize next TNTs in the near future. Therefore, I think that maintaining an active pool will be the highest challenge. Thank you.
Max?
Thank you for your question and thank you for accepting my application. I have to agree with David on the pool's size and on building a big trainers pool. But since we do not know how long the situation is going to persist, I would focus more on the stability of the project and the different parts we have in the project. We have a lot of different events and services that we do as trainers, and I think we now have the time to breathe and take a step back and take a look and interconnect them more, give stability, give a good system, and maybe, yeah. Thank you.
Now I have Napser.
Theodora, Napser, Serbia. The question follows: how do you aim to improve collaboration and the work division with the trainers board? Thank you.
Max, then David. Please, Max.
Yep. The trainers board is the essential like right and left hand of the training coordinator. So I would like to select or to be honored to have the best trainers for the trainers board and then collaborate with them, delegating with them, and taking their advice on decisions that need to be taken, and yeah, give them the full power they can have.
David?
Applicant. I couldn't agree more with Max. I believe it's trainers board is an essential part of the project, and to encourage them to engage as much as possible is really needed to give them responsibility and ownership of the decisions they will be making together with the TC. So I plan to have really regular meetings monthly and also provide minutes to the pool. So yeah.
Next I have VPSA.
Hello, thank Reese BPSA. Thank you both for your applications, and it's nice to see two members of the Shelby family from Serbia PCT. And my question is, what opportunity do you see to work with policy affairs to get training incorporated into national curricula for all EPSA members, so the university students will have trainings delivered as part of their education at university?
David?
David is applicant. As for incorporating it on the national level, I think that there really needs to be a lot of communication between policy affairs and the national associations, because it's one thing to implement it on the European level, but on the local levels it can be really hard as the faculties and the people in charge might just take your advices and throw it off the table. But I do believe that it's really essential to have good cooperation between the training coordinator and the European Affairs Department in order to advocate for soft skills inclusion.
Max?
Yeah, it would be a measure to be discussed with the European Affairs Department and also Educational Affairs Coordinator, since we had the soft skills survey last year, so we could use the outcomes of that and prepare arguments for the national associations. Since this is a matter of national and local decision making for the faculties and the curricula, I think the biggest contribution we could do would be to just show them training and to have more local trainers in order to spread the word about training, to spread the word about soft skill and individual development, so that they incorporate it.
Next I have APEF.
Inês APEF Portugal, first of all, thank you for your both great applications, making it really hard to make a decision. I'd like to ask you if you believe the timeline of training requests now is working correctly, or do you want to change, improve it? Also, on this timeline, how do you intend to manage answers of trainers and the answers you need to give to the members that have requested? Is it clear? Thank you.
Yes, APEF. Please repeat the question.
Okay, so Inês APEF Portugal. So I was asking if you believe the timeline of the trainings request now is working correctly, meaning if you want to change something or improve something, and also on this timeline, how do you intend to manage the answers that the trainers give to you, like positive or negative for a training, and then the answers you need to give to the members that have requested training, because sometimes the trainers take too long and the members are waiting, and sometimes they need to liaise with their own members. I guess it was clear now. Thank you.
I'll take Max first.
Thank you for your question. I would try to approach the matchmaking as transparent as possible. First of all, I would like to go actively towards you guys, towards the associations, and maybe send a request for you guys to list your events every 3 months or so, so that you get reminded to submit them on time, so that we have enough time to ask the trainers and manage the whole process. In regards to managing the answers, I think it is something that I want your feedback from, because I mean, you guys need to decide on how this process is going to look like. We could have a spreadsheet where I could throw in the answers of the trainers that the LS can look at. I could also give updates every few days. I think often we can do a system, but we can also do an individual decision depending on how urgent the training is. Thank you.
David?
I believe that there is some work being done on creating a form where the LSs will submit their needs for trainings, which could ease the process in one way. It's really important that the TC has enough time to share this with the trainers, so the trainers can say if they are available or not to come for the opportunity. So there really needs to be some time spent between submitting the application and actually having the event ready. But as Max said, I believe that we can actively communicate between each other and give updates if we already have some people who actually applied, or if we're struggling because of the different reasons. I believe that I answered. Thank you.
Next, I have Afop.
Marina, Afop Austria. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
But you'll need to speak a bit louder.
Sorry, since both of you have a lot of plans this position, how are you planning to balance your workload of training coordinator with other responsibilities you have in the upcoming year?
David?
Thank you for your question. As I said in my nomination form, my responsibilities for the upcoming year is being on Erasmus and working on my master thesis, which will be quite, frankly said, slacking off, which gives me enough time to focus on our EPSA responsibilities. And I will have no study-related issues. Therefore, I believe that I will have enough time and enough management skills to comply with the workload. Also, I plan to investigate the workload of the trainers board members and see if some tasks can be delegated together with the VP Edu and the trainers board together. Thank you.
Max?
Yeah, thank you for your question. As for my responsibility for the next year, I'm doing an internship, which I'm working full-time, but it is in the training department. So I'm backed by my boss, and he encourages me to do the work for EPSA. Also, I don't have to study anymore, and I recently quit my second job, so that I can have more time to contribute.
Next, I have Anna, the training coordinator.
Anna, EPSA training coordinator. I'm interested in how you would encourage trainers to be transparent and to talk to you directly during the mandate.
Max?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the question. It's a good one. I think you have to tackle this issue from like 2 points of view. The first one is show them that you're open and that you're approachable. And yeah, I plan on doing this. I already know some of them. I don't know all trainers in the pool because there's quite a lot of them. But I want to talk to them. Yeah, and the second one is to set or give opportunities for them to approach me. For example, in maybe a weekly hour where I'm online and they can approach me and know where to find me. Also, I think a big help would be the trainers board. So to encourage people, if they don't want to contact me directly about a certain matter, they can trust the members of the trainers board as like a buffer in between, so that we can still communicate and get feedback.
David?
I believe the answer is leading by example and communicating transparently and on a regular basis with the trainers and showing that you're approachable. I believe I know at least the two last generations quite well. With all these, I think I'm quite on good matters as well. So I believe that people wouldn't be afraid to approach me and talk to me directly if any matters would arise.
Next, I have a question from Cyprian, Professional Affairs Coordinator.
Thank you, Mihai. Cyprian, Professional Affairs Coordinator of EPSA. Thank you very much to both of you for applying for this position. My question would be, how do you plan to help the trainers with less opportunities to deliver in their home countries? Thank you.
David?
Thank you, Chip, for the question. My solution would be, once I'm aware of the situation, I would connect the LS and the trainers from said country where there's not that many opportunities and investigate together what kind of opportunities we have and how we can deliver more trainings to local students. Thank you.
Max?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I would also, I plan on approaching the associations at the start of the term in order to get feedback and like of the current state of the project and what possibilities there are. So I hope I will have some data on that and what the opportunities for the association are. If there are no opportunities, we could also try to incorporate some online trainings and give some online training opportunities for the trainer, and also look for collaborations with other associations in the country, like IFMSA, the medical students, or the technician students, West or East Tech.
Thank you. Next, I have PPSA.
Carolina, PPSA Bond. I would like to know how would you act in this situation and what the timeline would be. So, you're approached by a trainer who has not attended a TNT EPSAS and is a trainer in a different organization that wishes to become an EPSA trainer. They do not want to participate in the next TNT as they believe they have enough experience that they don't need to attend another TNT, and they are willing to provide you with any information that you might request. So, how do you deal with the situation, and what is the timeline here? Thank you.
Max?
Thank you for your question. To be honest, the situation you described is exactly how I became an EPSA trainer. Yeah, I would approach the situation as my predecessors as training coordinators. One thing would be to gather information on the TNT event that the person has attended. I would talk to the person, ask for the data for the schedule of the TNT. I would also approach the training coordinator of the respective associations where the TNT was done in order to get the data from the TNT and to compare it to the EPSA TNT schedule and if it's up to par. And then we would have to see the trainer perform. I would try to accommodate a training opportunity for the trainer. If possible, live, maybe at a congress or at a national event, so that we can have an EPSA trainer observe the training and see if it's the same quality as EPSA training. I think for the first part, because it is flexible, so I would try to set a date, a meeting with the trainer and with the training coordinator, and then for the training, maybe look for the next opportunities that arise.
Next, I have David.
Thank you for the question. I don't think it's necessary to repeat everything that Mark said. One thing that I would add is getting also background information from a possible mentor, if in said TNT there were given mentors or afterwards, and also from the EPSA trainers that that trainer already delivered to assess their skills.
Next, I have Napster.
Ivan and Napster Serbia. Do you have any plan to make a follow-up on soft skills position paper with the European Affairs Department?
David?
Yes, I would like to investigate that together with VPI and the European Department.
Max?
Yes, I mean, as I said, I think for the second question, would be a chance to have some policy proposals for the national associations. So yeah, I think it's a good opportunity that should be investigated.
Next, I have Sarah, HLM.
Sada Turgal, HLM and Training Project Dinosaur. As you know, the quality assurance system has been one of the things that we have been battling for years, how to do it, how to structure it, but actually implement it. So I would like to hear from you both concrete proposals, not general, actually concrete proposals you might have to implement a quality assurance system in the training project. Thank you.
Max?
I need some, like 10 seconds to think about it. The quality assurance is something that the project needs to have some guidelines for the trainers. I think we have to tackle this matter from the existing parts of the project. Like one example could be to restructure the report system and the reporting system follow up after training. So shorten it and give it a clear structure to maybe give only the schedule of the session, just what happened, and then the learning outcomes with specific questions, maybe rely on the lead questions like what did you learn, what did you implement, ask for things that didn't work, and investigate on why they didn't work for the trainer. Here it is important, I think, maybe to incorporate the mentoring project or like the training intern mentoring project, and have more frequent and more structured talks with mentors. Maybe give them a question catalog that they can follow. And for the preparation of the trainings, we do have the materials in our library. I think they need to be checked on whether they are built on evidence or not, and then given if they are evidence-based or not, to give them to give them some guidelines on how to use them, so that the trainer is aware that maybe they don't need to use an evidence-based theory every time, but they need to be aware of the borders, like of the theory and where to apply it. So give them guidelines for the materials and how to use them would be also a thing.
David?
Thank you for your question. As if we look at how the training timeline goes, it's some preparation before the training, then the training happens, and then is the period of time after the training where the behavior should be implemented. What is happening right now that there is not really much preparation before the training. There is the training where everything happens, and then we are failing in providing the follow-up after the session. So if we want to assure quality in our trainings, we really need to focus on providing the value after the 2 hours of training that happened on any event. So I believe that we need to stress this out to the trainers, that they should, of course, prepare before the session well enough to know the theory, not to finish everything the night before. I would like to also investigate the opportunity to do some minor changes in the TNT after some discussion with senior trainers, if maybe we can change the order of things. Because right now what we're teaching our trainers on the TNT is that they're learning the whole time, and then they are giving a topic and they're preparing the session overnight. And I believe that is not okay, because that's the first training that trainers ever deliver, and that's how we teach them this is all right. And I believe this is not really all right, and we should investigate the possibilities to change that. So that's one thing for assuring quality. And the second thing is providing the value and the communication after the training has already happened, which means providing handouts, providing follow-up, and actually checking on the participants if some behavior was implemented. Because what we're doing now is we're checking how it goes after a session. That's the feedback. It's, have you liked the session or have you not liked it? Have you learned something? But after a week, we're not really aware if the participants forgot everything and it was just a nice time and they had fun, or if they actually learned and if the trainers actually provided some value. So I believe that we need to focus on this part after the training, where the trainers will gather the information and investigate the impact that the training actually had. As for the reports, as was mentioned, I also provided that answer.
Sorry, David, we have a 9.3 proposed by AFOP Austria, seconded by KNPSV, the Netherlands. I will not take any new points now or any technicals until I open the floor for discussion on the 9.3. I will explain what the 9.3 means once again. If this is carried out, we will stop the discussion on the training coordinators and we will move on to the next point on the agenda. So if it is not accepted, we will move on to the, we will go back to the training candidates questions. I open the floor for discussion on the 9.3. APEF.
Inês APEF Portugal, I would really like to listen a bit more in the questions that are going to be put, because it's a really hard decision and I would like to have a concrete and conscious vote. So I would ask members to vote against the 9.3, just for us to be able to listen the 3 questions remain at least. Thank you.
I have a technical from Sarah, HLM.
Yes, Sarah, HLM. Just for future orders for PC, the 9.3 cannot interrupt LSs or candidates. It can only taken after the end of a point. Please, thank you.
Okay, my apologies for that. I have a new point from AFOP.
Malina, AFOP Austria. I was also under the I thought that I can't interrupt David. This is why I put it now. I wasn't planning on interrupting David, and I'm sorry for not listening to his full answer. That being said, I fully believe that this has been a lot of information given, and at this basis, association can have the preference for a candidate, and for AFOP it is enough to come to a decision. Thank you.
EPSA.
We agree with AFOP, and also as this has taken a lot of time and we have many candidates, we would like to encourage LSs to vote for the 9.3.
Do we have any more questions or comments in regards to the 9.3, in regards to closing the discussion of the training coordinators? Duarte with technical.
I close the topic discussion.
Thank you, Duarte. Now we shall move on to the voting procedure. I will draw a line. Please write for, against, or abstain in the chat. I'll give you a couple more seconds to vote if you still did not. Okay, I will not take any more votes after this. We have 17 votes for and 5 against. The 9.3 was carried, so I will ask the candidates to provide their final speeches, starting with David.
Okay. Dear GA, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your questions before and now live as well. I'm really happy to see your interest in the training project and its future. I would also like to thank xiv.PSA and PPSA for their support. And a thought I would like to share here is that I'm in no case afraid of losing, because there are two great candidates. Max and I have different backgrounds and different ideas, but we come together on the important part, and that is delivering high quality trainings to our members all over Europe. And with that in mind, I'm glad to say that the battle is already won, because I believe that no matter who will be the next TC, the project will be in good and loving hands, and that is all that matters in the end. So it's an honor to run with you, Max. So thank you, and thank you everyone for your time and your attention.
Now I have Max.
Yeah, I just can add on what David said. It's been an amazing journey, this whole application process. I started this over a year now, and for the past few weeks, it was just so much energy that went into this from both sides, and I think it will benefit the project in the next year. So thank you guys for considering me, for your questions. Thank you to BPHD and xiii for helping me. I do think that I have the experience, and I would be honored if you give me the chance. As one last thing, Marco is leaving the educational department now, and with him gone, I'm ready to provide the beautiful hair that we need in the educational department. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. And now we should proceed to the Information Technology Coordinator. For this position, we have received one application from Frederiki Ziora, proposed by GPSF Greece, seconded by BPHD Germany. I open the floor for discussion. First, I have GPSF.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, dear General Assembly, as GPSF, we want to express our full support for Frederiki's application for IT Coordinator for the mandate 2020-2021. Through her long journey in a variety of crucial positions in different student associations, she has gained all the necessary skills needed to fulfill all her tasks as IT Coordinator and even further develop the portfolio of the position. She has great time and stress management skills, and it's visible her team working skills are advanced as well. She has confidence in her skills, and from both her motivation letter and nomination form, and a very detailed and specific answer to the questions, it is clear she has a deep knowledge of IT-related matters. We believe that all the aforementioned reasons are a clear indicator that she will be a capable and very useful addition to the team. I hope you will so trust in her skills as we do, and see her as the most suitable next IT coordinator. Thank you.
And now I have Dylan.
Dylan, Treasurer-elect. Hi, Frederica. I just have a quick question, and it's just about the website. If there was to be a cyber attack on the website, how would you manage it, and what would you do?
Frederiki?
Thank you very much. So it's actually something that has happened in a previous mandate of mine in an IT position. So I can elaborate a bit on the process that I followed there, which was at least deemed effective from my association. So at the beginning of my mandate, I took care so that I had a backup of the site saved, along with constantly incorporating new content to the backup as well. So at the time that this happened, I took offline our site, cleared the server of the previous and hacked version of it, and then uploaded the backed up one in order to be directly in, let's say, access of our previous content there. I hope this answers your question.
We have no one else on the speaking list. Do we have any more questions? I have not, sir.
Even on Upser Serbia, how do you intend to help in improving alumni platform?
Frederiki?
So, sorry. Yes. Regarding this, I would first start by contacting the Alumni Coordinator in order to establish a list of objectives that we want to achieve during our mandate for the alumni platform. And based on that, I would like then to that these needs can be facilitated and then implemented on the platform. Of course, I consider also important on the process to gain feedback from the people that will be using it. So alumni themselves and also through LSs to give their feedback on that. So that we have, let's say, a clear overview that it qualifies for our needs. I hope this clarifies a bit on my approach on that.
I have nothing on the speaking list. So, any more questions for Frederiki? I have a 9.3 proposed by KNPSG the Netherlands, seconded by ASEP Switzerland. If the 9.3 passes, we will move on to the next position. If it does not pass, we will continue with the questions. With this, I open the floor for discussion. Duarte with the technical.
I close the floor for discussion.
Thank you, Duarte. And now we shall proceed with the voting procedure. I will draw a line. Please write for, against, or abstain in the chat. I will wait a bit more for everyone to vote, then I will draw a line and close the voting procedure. Voting is closed. 9.3 was carried unanimously, so I would like to ask Frederiki to provide us with her final speech.
Thank you for that. I would like to start this closing speech by firstly thanking the General Assembly for taking the time to consider my application, and also GPSF and BPHD for proposing and supporting this application of mine. So, during my years in student associations regarding pharmacy, I have heard of EPSA, and after taking a closer look on what it was doing, it soon became clear to me that it's a vision that I also believe in and something that I would like to support. So this is what led me today to applying as an IT coordinator, as I believe both the IT skills that I accumulated working in similar position as well as my management and leadership skills would be of use to EPSA on that. And I believe it would be very important for me if I also had achieved to gain your trust on this, since without your approval, I don't think I would be able to continue in the case of a possible mandate. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I remain always at EPSA's disposal. Thank you.
And now I will pass the facilitation to Duarte.
Okay, hello everyone. So I would like to know on the chat if you want to do a 10-minute break maximum, or if you want to continue. Okay, it's a general no, so we will continue with okay, it's now changing, but I already said that it's a no, so we will continue with the PR department. I'm sorry for the audits that wanted to, so we will proceed now to the design coordinator. Also, I would like to ask to apologize for the next coordinators, but we will limit your answers for 1 minute. I hope you understand. We think that 1 minute is more than enough, and now we will, because we are now a lot of time delayed on the GA agenda, so you will have 1 minute. And if the LSs feel that they need more time to the answer, they can show the will of the chat, and I will give that time. So we will start with the design coordinator. We received 2 applications for design coordinator. First from Sorina, proposed by Fasfere and seconded by AFOP, and the second one from SED, proposed by IPSA and seconded by GPSF. With this, I open the floor for discussion. I have 1 point from IPSA.
Jess, IPSA Ireland. IPSA Ireland are delighted to propose Saeed for IPSA Designs Coordinator 2021. Saeed has been an irreplaceable part of IPSA Ireland this year, and he has laid the foundation for how the association will develop its presence online in future years. His work ethic and talent cannot be denied, as he demonstrated numerous times that he is willing to work through the night to create promotional materials at very little notice. He is perfectionist and will scrap an idea and start over if it is not right and try again until it is perfect. His strengths are obvious throughout many programs, as he creates not only posters and images but also video content and GIFs that are the mainstay of any online campaign at the moment. His plans for EPSA will catapult the association into a new audience and will engage even more students that EPSA represent. Although Saeed will be sorely missed in IPSA, we believe that EPSA are deserving of his skills and that Saeed will enhance and develop EPSA throughout his mandate. We hope our colleagues will recognise the potential this candidate has and the difference he can make to EPSA. If you haven't seen his folder of material yet, I would urge you to have a quick look just so you can see what we mean. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have Fasfere.
Juana Fasfere, Romania. A picture is worth 1,000 words. A picture designed by Sorina is worth 1,001 words. The extra words she can add to EPSA's image comes from natural talent and an eye for design, trustable skills proved time and time again in all the teams she's been part of, knowledge of EPSA's recognizable brand, and experience with turning the EPSA spirit into reality as chairperson of SU20. All these give her great power to express deeper meaning of every EPSA project and activity, and believe us when we say our adventurous SU20 queen can really do art.
Thank you. I have GPSF.
Okay, so we do respect both applications, but as GPSF, we want to express our support for Saeed's application for Design Coordinator for the Monday 2020-2021. Saeed's experience and skills in designs and video making are visible from the wide range of different types of design he provided in his portfolio. His work is very professional, and his perception of public relations through his designs and the respect and dedication shown through them is what we believe makes him the best candidate for the position. He has concrete plans, visions, and fresh ideas, and is willing to put the most effort possible to further increase the public image and relations of EPSA through his passion for designs. We strongly support him, and we hope you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have AFOP.
Marlene, AFOP here. AFOP is happy to second Sorina in her application as design coordinator. I will be brief as why. She is experienced in working in an international team, has a clear vision of how to further develop the EPSA brand, and has a strong work ethic. Therefore, we think she's perfectly suited for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Napsat.
Theodore and after Serbia. Thank you both for your applications. And our question would be, how do you intend to manage the workload of numerous design materials you would need to create, and do you have any steps in mind? Thank you.
I will start with Sorina. I will remember that you have 1 minute, and then Said. Sorina?
I hope you well. Or what? Okay.
Yes.
Sorina, design coordinator applicant, as I think I mentioned somehow through all the answers about availability and everything from the form. I will really try to see what materials need to be prioritized, because I know several materials need to be checked with sponsors and with other people that are involved, like with other associations and everything. I will prioritize those first. I know we are receiving some PR form, so I will really start to work on them and ask to have their deadlines, like specific deadlines for sure. And also, I think I will start to work on new projects sooner, because those as well will need lots of feedback. If it's something that hasn't been done before, we need to make sure that we are creating a new image and a consistent one with everything that EPSA is working in. I don't know. There are many things that can be said about design, but I think those two are the most important, like to make sure that you have materials ready in time for feedback. And if it's something that just needs a quick brush off, or just a change image and a title, like we have templates for these several things, we can just have them later on. We don't need that much feedback on those already.
Thank you. Said?
Said, thank you for the question. I think that the management of any workload begins with collaboration. So making sure that there are plans in place for kind of planning the designs as they come along. So frequent meetings with other members of the PR department, as well as members of the other departments. So, for example, some of the candidates for PHSS coordinator said that they wanted to include a calendar of events. So, collaborating with them effectively to ensure that the designs required are planned, so that there's time to design them for approval, and then good collaboration with the design board as well to kind of manage any workload that may not kind of be in my scope. So as well, in terms of workload, I find that I'm quite motivated when it comes to kind of last minutes or any very immediate requests. I am very much ready to put the work in, and as Jess mentioned, work through the night to ensure that any kind of materials are ready to go when they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have a comment from SSFB.
Ioana, SSFB Romania. I would like to add to what xiii and AFOP said about Sorina's application with the background information of her involvement in SSFB during the years. So she had 2 years, 2 mandates of Vice President of External Affairs, while she was dealing with resignation from the PR coordinators, and in that time she dealt with the PR part and the design part of our association very well, and she was there for her coordinators all the time, and she has enough skills to be involved in EPSA further, and you could all notice her strong motivation during this pandemic with the summer university. So yes, I think her application is very valuable.
Okay, I don't have anyone on the speaking list. I would like to know with yes or no's if you still have any more questions. No, so with this I close the floor for discussion, and I will give first to Said 1 minute speech and then to Sorina.
I'd like to just say thank you so much for giving me this unreal opportunity to kind of work with EPSA, because what EPSA does is really magical. To be able to bring that kind of, my designs to the students across Europe and be able to kind of serve them in a sense would be an unreal opportunity. and I'd be so happy with that position. So again, I'd just like to say thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Now, Sorina.
Now I'm nervous. Dear GA, what I would like to tell you is that I'm coming forward with an enthusiasm that I haven't felt since my first project as a volunteer. That was 5 years ago, and I really hope you will allow me to use it in EPSA service. What I can tell you is that from my side, you will always get an open mind to communication, feedback, and crazy ideas. Of course, lots of creativity, hard work. An idea that I have many ideas. I have a notion about working at the European level and a strong and consistent image on how to form it from my time with IPSF and as OD for SSFB during EPSA events. I strongly believe that EPSA will benefit from my experience that I gathered through those years. I want to thank you for the ideas that have been shared today. I'm sure they will help taking EPSA's image further. Thank you for the engagement, and I really want to tell you that no matter the outcome, I will still give all my time to EPSA and stay close to it and help bringing even more students closer to pharmaceutical knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. We will continue now with the next coordinator. You can leave the camera. Thank you for being present. And we will now proceed to Publications Coordinator. And with that, I would ask Veronica to join me. You have the video rights now. While Veronica is preparing, I will open the floor for discussion. I have PPSA Poland.
Karolina, PPSA Poland. It is an honor to present Weronika Zalewska for the position of Publications Coordinator. During her mandate as the Vice President of External Affairs in her local association, she has proven her skills of right promotion and graphic design, as one of her duties was taking care of all social media channels. Her work at the university newspaper gave her the needed experience she can now use in EPSA. Throughout the year, with her mentor Pernilla, she has been working on her writing skills and self-development. With all of that and her motivation to give back to EPSA, we are sure she's the perfect choice for the position of Publication Coordinator for the mandate 2020-2021. Thank you.
Thank you, PPSA. You have it now?
Hello, Lauren, BPSA United Kingdom. So when Veronica got in touch with me about running for the role of Publications Coordinator, my first questions to her were, why do you want to run and what do you plan to do? I received an extensive and passionate list of all her plans and ideas, and I could immediately tell that she put incredible amounts of thought into them and truly cares about EPSA and the future of pharmacy students. I read through her past experiences in her home association and would consider her to be an exceptional candidate for the position. Veronica mentioned that it was last year's LS for BPSA that convinced her during summer university in Izmir to get more involved with EPSA and to attend the autumn assembly as well. I am so proud to say that BPSA is honoured to continue to support Veronica in these elections, and we hope that she continues to have a fruitful journey in EPSA. Thank you.
Thank you, BPSA. Do I have any questions? Yes or no on the chat? Okay, KNPSV.
Elina, KNPSV. I have a question for the candidate. I don't know if she's here right now or...
Okay. Veronica?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, KNPSV, you can go with the question.
Yes, thank you. Elina, KNPSV, the Netherlands. What do you think should be the priorities under the portfolio of this position?
I think, thank you for the question. I think that the portfolio is already expanded enough, but what I would prioritize is the preparing and publishing articles on time, and sticking to all the deadlines, and also preparing monthly dose in a timely manner. So that would be my priority, if that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have Eva.
Eva HLM. So, as we are all aware, IPSA has a lot of different publications, newsletter, monthly dose, IPSA blog, and so on. So, a lot of different platforms for sharing the information, but something that probably is not that high with any of them is their reach. So do you think there is any way to actually optimize IPSA's reach? For example, by joining some of these initiatives or changing them in any way to improve the way IPSA communicates its activities, not only to the members, but to the general public?
Current publications are on a really high level, but
Veronica, can you please start again?
Yes, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. What I would like to approach differently is I would like to make IPSA publications more interactive. And I think that would help engage the readers and subscribers and audience in general. And also, I would work closely with social media coordinator in order to promotion for all the IPSA publications. Also, I believe that people who are already involved in IPSA are up to date with IPSA projects and activities. So I would focus on establishing contact with LSS in order to promoting it on the local level to reach out the new audience among the new students. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? Yes or no on the chat, please? I'm seeing just no, so I close the floor for discussion, and I will give Veronica 1 minute to do the final speech.
First of all, thank you for all your questions and comments, and I also wanted to thank my proposer and seconder for all their support. I am incredibly excited about the opportunity to put my skills to work for you, and I am positive that with my qualifications, ideas, and motivation, I am able to represent well as the publications coordinator. I believe that joining the EPSA team would be a great chance to make my contribution to EPSA and have an impact on my professional development, and I will relish the chance to work in a group of motivated people. And if chosen, I am looking forward to create EPSA publications, and I intend to use them, to use mentioned platforms to increase the impact and visibility of EPSA events and projects, and improve it for the next generations. Thank you for taking time to review my application.
Thank you, Veronica. We will now continue to the next position. The social media coordinator, we didn't receive any application, and we will proceed for the next department. We will start with the Central Individual Mobility Project. I have Eileen writing. Okay. PPSA.
Carolina, PPSA. Alexandra has some problems with Ado, but she's trying to reconnect.
Okay, I just accepted her. So, Alexandra, can you hear me? Okay, someone. Okay. Okay, Caroline, I think you have your micro open. So just please then.
No, it's not me, it's Ola.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Alexander. So we will start with the. Okay. People, we can still hear laughing. We are on the General Assembly. I will not need to explain you everything. So we will now start with the application that we received to Central IMP Coordinator proposed by PPSA Poland, seconded by KNPSV from Alexandra, and I open the floor for discussion. I have PPSA.
Karolina, PPSA Poland. It is our honor to present Aleksandra Hrabowska for the position of Central IMP Coordinator. When she became the National IMP Coordinator in 2018, she not only improved the mobility of PPSA students, but also she brought them closer to EPSA. In her second mandate, she worked to improve the project not only for Polish, but also for European students as a part of working group. In her work as the president of her local association, she has gained the necessary leadership skills to manage the national IMP coordinators. We, PPSA Poland, are confident about Alexander being the perfect candidate for Central IMP Coordinator. Thank you.
KNPSV.
Elena, KNPSV Netherlands. So with the experience Alexandra has as a NIM for 2 mandates, we believe that she had the knowledge about the project and the work of the Central IMP Coordinator. She's easily reachable, and therefore we strongly believe that she will be great providing the NIMs with the necessary help, advice, and supervision. She has already great ideas to develop IMP even further, and for all of those reasons, we are confident that Alexandra will do an excellent job as Central IMP Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions to Alexander? I would like to have yes or no's on the chat to questions. Yes to have questions, no to not. Okay, I will just give 30 more seconds just to make sure that everyone had the right to ask questions, and then I will close the floor. I have xiii.Grant.
Mojca xiii.Grant, Slovenia. Thank you, Alexandra, for the application. You were mentioning working groups to be established in order to reevaluate the IMP project. And as last year, there were also action groups established. Where do you see the pros of one and the pros of other, and what will be the difference between them?
Okay, thank you, Mojca, for your question. Working group in the next mandate aims to work on the investigation on the involvement or changes in the IMP. So that could be the different part of the IMP that we will work on. And the task of AGS will be still the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have Paulina.
Paulina, VP External. Sorry, I will go from Mina's microphone because of the previous technical problems. So my question would be if you have any concrete ideas for the follow-up and like some task management for the NIMPs to see what are their efforts in regards to acquisition of the IMP placements. Any strategies for that?
Thank you for your question. And yes, I will. I would like to work more on the communication with the NIMS and to have the specific spreadsheets where we could have the list with the our companies with whom NIMS are contacting. And this spreadsheet could help us to have the overview of our work and how NIMS are truly involved in this case of approaching companies. And regarding the work of the AG acquisition group, I believe that we did already some good points about the guidelines, how to approach the companies, and how many strong sites we have as a IMP, as a EPSA with IMP. And we will also discuss what could be next for as a tasks for this AG with ERA during our handover period. And thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more questions? Yes or no's on the chat, please. I'm seeing mostly no's, no one is typing, so I will give Alexandra 1 minute to the closing speech.
Okay, so thank you everyone for all your questions that I also received before. And I believe that last 2 years of being an IMP prepared me enough to hold the position of Central IMP Coordinator, and I will be able to fulfill all my duties properly. And also I'm aware of the responsibility of facilitating NIMP's work in case of developing IMP. But at the same time, I'm willing to create a friendly environment for them, which will help us to communicate much better. And in here, I also would like to thank my secondary Ken PSV, the Netherlands, and especially I'm really glad of being proposed by PPSA Poland, and I'm grateful for the huge support during preparation of my application. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra, for joining us. I will now proceed to the next position. Okay, for Mobility Coordinator, we received three applications for this position. The first one is Liz, proposed by Annette France and seconded by SSFB. The second one was Christian from xiii and seconded by MPSA, and the third one was Kinga from PPSA Poland and seconded by the FSO Belgium. I will ask the candidates to join me with the camera. I'm giving them the video rights. Okay, yeah, I'm just missing Kinga. Okay, thank you everyone. So I now open the floor for discussion. I will try to be a bit strict with the 1 minute, but we will see with the LSs if 1 minute is enough for your answers or not. We will start with Liz, Christian, and Kinga, and then it will go with Christian, Kinga, Liz. We will go in circles as we did before on the PHSS, and now I will start with PPSA.
Piotr, PPSA, can you hear me? Okay. PPSA is honored to present Kinga Warmińska for the position of Mobility Coordinator. As the local Vice President of International Affairs and Mobility Coordinator, she has gained all the skills needed to organize a TWINET at the highest level, and she also helped the students with applications and process of applying for the Student Exchange Program. During her mandate, she actively promoted all the EPSA's activities to increase the mobility of our members. As the president of our local associations, I have to admit that thanks to Kinga's tremendous commitment, our association has taken a big step towards being more international. She has also assisted me in organizing a team meeting. We as PPSA have no doubt that Kinga is the perfect candidate for the position of Mobility Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the FSO.
Hello, can you hear me? Sophie Vierzo, Belgium. We believe Kinga has the right potential for being the next mobility coordinator. The ideas that she proposed are realistic and feasible. She has a lot of positive energy, attended many EPSA events, and she has the experience of being the local mobility coordinator of Poland. She knows the challenges and its functions and is ready to tackle them. That being said, we believe that she is the right candidate for this position.
Thank you. I have xiii.
Moica, xiii Slovenia. xiii would like to present our motivation for proposing Christian for the position of mobility coordinator. Christian has been actively involved in the association since his second year, and year by year we have seen him grow professionally and personally. We are proud of him for running for mobility coordinator, as with all the knowledge and experience he has gained as being a part of two TWINETs, Erasmus coordinator, and at one point being an Erasmus student himself, he can highly contribute to EPSA and what is more, to member associations and students. Christian is also known as someone who is always ready to listen, accept and give advice. Also, his ability to take into consideration different stands will only help him with developing the projects further and helping members to surmount obstacles they will face. xiii firmly believes he is the right candidate for mobility coordinator, and if elected, he is not going to let EPSA members down. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette.
Yes, Joanne, I'm in France. So Annette fully supports Lee's application. Her great knowledge about EPSA mobility projects gathered notably thanks to the organization of a TWINET between Lyon and Bucharest, where she was in charge of gathering all the grants, student registrations, educational programs, and many other things that TWINET involve, managing every details for a local association in Lyon on her own. Through her local mandate, she was also in close relation with ANEP International Department, being in charge of promoting all EPSA-related activities to the students in Lyon, with a great success, as we had 9 students from Lyon in Porech, some applications for mentoring projects, or even a lot of answers for EPSA services. Regarding Erasmus Plus internship and, in more general way, mobility programs organized by the faculties, we believe Liz could help a lot in regard to this subject, as she was also in close relation with the Lyon's Faculty of Pharmacy International Office, welcoming every Erasmus students and helping them with all the procedures. Besides the knowledge acquired during her associative experience, she also went through the procedure of her Erasmus year in Dublin, Ireland, where she gained a lot of skills and autonomy. As you noticed in our answers, her applications involved a lot of deep reflections on EPSA mobility projects, and we believe she will be able to bring even more opportunities to students. In addition to that, her great stress management abilities, acquired notably through the organization of a whole TWINET or its involvement in the 43rd ACRC, will be needed for the management of mobility in those uncertain times. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have Krisha.
Hey everyone, can you hear me? Okay, so Krishan, EPSA Mobility Coordinator. Due to COVID-19, could you please elaborate how do you envision the development of the TWINETs? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will start with Liz.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I do believe that considering the situation, the most important has to be with good communication. It will go through the group we have with the TWINET coordinator. We also need to improve the communication with our students, show them through probably previous TWINET how it goes, the experience, and how the survey about how it goes. So I believe they should we should tell them through good communication how to to keep going in all the steps. It's also important. If I was elected, I will also go through all the steps, make sure they understand. And it's just, I think it's about being able to find partners, helping them through this procedure, easing to find a partner between two associations. That will go, I think, just try to collect as much possible which association would like to do a TWINET, when, and helping them to kind of make match between different associations.
Thank you, Liz. I will now go with Christian.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, so yeah, due to the COVID-19 situation, I believe many TWINETs were, I guess, postponed or cancelled. So I would strive to keep the communication between TWINET coordinators active so that their organized TWINETs are not cancelled, but rather postponed, and they keep the organization on point. Whereas I guess some organizations that have executed TWINETs will then be perhaps a bit lacking of partners, as the old TWINETs would continue, and I would perhaps encourage them more to look for the organizations of interprofessional TWINETs. But all in all, as soon as the situation settles, I would organize a motivational workshop or online training where I would motivate the TWINET coordinators so that they would continue with their organization. That's it.
Thank you. Kinga?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So for me, in that case, the really important step is I will start with the mobility day. Which one?
Kinga, we cannot hear you now. I will ask you to speak a little bit louder. Can you repeat, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, a lot better.
Okay, so I will try that way. So to start again, for me, the important thing is to let our members not forget about TWINET. I will start with the good promotion, not only with the mobility days that Christian mentioned 2 days ago and during the General Assembly, but also with some publications, maybe some video. Like Baron, the previous committee coordinator, said me that it was quite success. What's more, I will let our coordinators active with some online trainings, for example, or workshops. Or what's more, I was thinking about dividing them into pairs and give them cases to work together, for example, on some problems that can occur during TWINET. And the mobility project of EPSA showed me that the cases are really good stuff to learn something from yourself and integrate with your mentor or like here with other coordinators. And of course, I will help them to find new partners and prepare the TWINETs for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have SSFB with a new point.
Anna, SSFB Romania. I would like to say that it is a pleasure for us to second Liz's application after having such a smooth collaboration for our TWINET this year. Liz proved to us her good organizing skills, effective communication, and eager to make every participant happy. She dealt with the situation of the pandemic and a lot of changes in her education. And I strongly believe this experience I recommend her for taking the mobility position in such troubled times, and I believe she will deal with this situation very well.
Thank you. I have a point from KNPSV.
Elina, KNP is for the Netherlands. If you had to choose one point to focus on during your mandate, what would it be?
Okay, I will start with Christian.
Okay, so me now, right?
So, yeah, I will start with Christian, and then it will be Kinga, and then Liz.
All right, thank you for your question. As I mentioned in the answers, that I would mainly focus now, because of the current situation, on reviving the TwinNets that have been perhaps postponed or cancelled. So mainly I would try to motivate the TwinNet coordinators to keep in contact and keep the organization of the TwinNets up, because it is one of the main projects of IPSA Mobility Coordinator. And other than that, I would basically try to then focus on also interprofessional TwinNets, as I mentioned before, because some of the coordinators might lack in finding the new partners. But all in all, I think the main focus would be on just keeping the TwinNet as active as it has been in the past years.
Okay, Kinga?
Okay, I agree with Christian that TwinNet is very important thing to focus on, as it's one of the most recognizable activities of EPSA. For this time, I will focus mostly on finding new possibilities to develop it in the future. And as I said before on my answer, I will activate Twin coordinators more and promote it to EPSA for future benefits. Thank you.
So, as they all say, sure, the TwinNet is a big deal. It's already well established, and we're just hoping that with the situation, it will keep going. So I think the importance is, as I said, is to make sure they still want to keep going and doing TwinNet. So helping them through the procedure if some were cancelled, helping them to find a new one. So yeah, making more better the communication with the TwinNet coordinator together, and helping them to find a match, to find a partner if it doesn't, and improving the communication all over with our students and showing them how it's a great project.
Thank you. I now have a question from the alumni, so please, mates. Okay, first question from Baran. What kind of actions would you take when TwinNet is cancelled by one of the organizers? Okay, first I have Kinga.
Okay, for this slide, I'll prepare in the previous way, because I will inform the twin coordinators on the beginning how important is the agreement. When I will know about the TwinNet, of course, on the beginning of the process, I will suggest them to create it. I will give them the templates of agreements if they want it. I will check it for them if there are all important informations. And in the agreement, I will suggest to put the point what the association will do when the other one will cancel it, and I will suggest some restrictions for that, because then there is the minimum probability that the acceptation will be possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
So about this, so I would first, it's important to make a meeting with them, so to understand what happened, why they canceled. So of course, we know with the COVID situation, why they decide to cancel it and not to postpone it. We'll try for sure to find a solution. I think it's important to talk with the VP external, find a solution to help them. Also with, how to say, templates, try to promote it and yeah, make them easy. And also I think it's important for the other station to try to find a new partner so they don't be alone anymore, since they want to keep going and have a TwinNet.
Christian?
All right, thank you for the question. I agree with Kinga. I think the first step is to kind of have a safeguard in case of cancellation. So having like sort of an agreement signed from both sides with the actions to take in order if something is cancelled is really nice plan to have. Other than that, if an event is cancelled, I would try to have a chat arranged between both coordinators, see what happened, what was the situation, and in order, if one of them is still interested in organizing the Twinit, I would help them try and find another partner so they can keep the project going, and that would pretty much be it.
Thank you. I will now ask Nate for the second question. Okay, from Baden. Would you like to keep the motivation of humanitarian mobility project applicants, participants until the project if you find a proper NGO in this new normal? I will start with Liz.
Yeah, sure. So what came up with the team meeting first, I think, is they're not sure if they want to keep going with the IMP. But in case, I was thinking that considering the situation, it would be actually interesting to widen the definition. Probably think about finding some partner in Europe. Such I was saying, maybe find different things than the NGO for at least for the moment, and during this time keep going with trying to find an NGO, take the time to find an NGO. But I would actually maybe talk with our association what project they have, if they have any partnership, and at this time, so try to, as I say, like widen the definition by maybe finding refugee association and stay in Europe for now, and so motivated the participant through promotion of it, and then after we'll see about an NGO.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I believe the motivation of applicants or participants is quite important to be kept up so they don't cancel in the last minute when the HMP is being organized. With that in mind, perhaps there could be like also, again, a safeguard, perhaps something of a paper to sign where they commit to not canceling 1 month before the event, or in the case that they do, they need to find a replacement. Whereas to keep the motivation of the participants themselves up, I would arrange like monthly hangouts and perhaps the last month before the event, weekly hangouts just so they get to know each other. And perhaps if there is a logistical helping team of a local student association, include them in it as well so that they're aware and get to know each other beforehand.
Thank you, Kinga.
Okay. For me, here is another possibility to start the prevention before before such situation, because for now most of the EPSA members don't know what is humanitarian mobility project. As I said in my answers, I think about postponing it for a while to find better opportunities for this project. But for me, getting to know them will be the first step by promotion, by collaboration with the educational department to find some webinars or workshops connected with humanitarian, and for some publications, maybe connected with this NGO, maybe with these participants, because if they work together on one project, they will still be active, they will still be interested, and they don't forget and don't resign from the project. Thank you.
Thank you. So I now have one last question from the alumni. Okay, from Vicky. Considering that the mobility coordinator's portfolio is one of the most affected by persisting COVID-19 crisis, with the possibility that no Twinets, Erasmus exchanges, or live HMPs could be happening next Monday, how and on what exactly are you planning to use your resources? Please take all the projects into account in your answer, just not just the TwinNet project as has been covered already. Yeah. Okay, and now I will start with Christian. For this one, I will give you more than 1 minute because it can be a longer one.
Yeah. I mean, if I try to take all of the projects into account, yeah, they are all affected greatly by the COVID-19 situation, and I would, I guess, strive to make online hangouts with the TwinNet coordinators as well as arrange mobility days in the local associations so that they promote all of the projects, students guide as well as ambassadors. And these two in particular need to have better promotion so that other IPSA members are also aware of it, like for the time when people are applying for Erasmus or starting to head it on the TwinNet or on the Erasmus exchange in the first semester or the second one. And I guess I would mainly focus on the promotion and just follow the guidelines that like World Health Organization is having, perhaps for the general mobility of its citizens, and like just be aware of the situation that is going on to see how to follow up, I guess. I would mainly focus on the online awareness of the mobility for the first part.
Thank you. Kinga?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that, as Christian said, the online sources for now are the only one that we can use. I already mentioned some ideas, the ideas for workshops, for trainings for TwinNet coordinators, the humanitarian webinars or workshops about the IMP. What's more, I was thinking, of course, about the promotion, which I guess I mentioned also because of the social media of EPSA, because of the publication. When, as I mentioned in my answers, the questions, we can also make some interviews. We can make articles for the EPSA newsletter. We can also use EPSA blog for promoting the TwinNet or Erasmus when we are talking about the Students Guide, because there, by self-publication and post on our social media, we can promote mobility and make some ideas for future when it will be available for all our members. What's more, as Christian said at the GA 2 days ago, what I already mentioned too, the mobility days twice a year, maybe for example like a week when like the career fair, for example, or the IMP days, will be something else to increase the knowledge about mobility. And the really important thing is not to stop researching for new opportunities, for new ideas, how we can implement it, and increase the coordinator's activity. And ending with the Erasmus, I will think about the Easy Students Guide for really basic ideas and tips for future participants, because I guess that Erasmus will be the one that will be the first to start from this project. And what's more, I will increase the ambassadors a little bit to not resign too much, to not resign at all from them, to help me with the increase of Erasmus Plus program, because I guess that most of our members don't know that EPSA is connected with Erasmus Plus too. I hope I didn't say too much, and thank you.
Thank you. I now have Liz.
Thank you for the question. So first, this would be actually maybe a good time for the HMP to step up, get the report, make much more important research on the NGO, take the time to understand what went wrong. Also, as it has been said for the TwinNet, it would be important to increase at this time all the meeting with the TwinNet coordinator to kind of follow what's going on in their different association, helping them to promote mobility in their university. Also through template, communication template too. I also will be interesting to through I think the ambassador, maybe the idea of the mobility days in which we could do webinar workshop so the ambassador could help to promote in all of their university the mobility. Also, it would be interesting to why not add any workshop on mobility during the career days. I think the most important would be, just to increase, maybe thinking also about realizing TWINET online. So session, any workshop about it, and just be there for all the TWINET coordinator and the ambassador to help them to promote the mobility online with their students. That's the most important, I think.
Thank you. And now I have a question from Annette.
Yes, Joan and France. So our question was, do you think mobility coordinator should or could help students' organizations when needed to establish a good relation with their faculties regarding collaboration on mobility projects?
I have Kinga first.
If I could understand, I just want to ask for the clarification. You need the Erasmus Plus or which type of projects?
No, I mean, do you think that sorry.
Yeah, you can go.
Going on? I mean, do you think the mobility coordinator should help the students' organization to maintain a good relation with the faculty? For example, get help when they organize the TWINET, or get like a support for different EPSA initiatives. I don't know, for example, a mentoring project or a thing like that. Do you think there's the mobility coordinator has a role to do in this kind of things? Thank you.
I think that there is a area to. Sorry, I missed the word. I think that there is the area that you should consult with your coordinator. Not the only one, the both coordinators from the TWINET project, because I guess that like the papers from EPSA can facilitate the way to find the collaboration with the university, because there is official document from on the international level, and maybe due to that they will have some free rooms for their activities, the educational one, some professors to provide lectures, still the educational part of the TWINET, and if they don't need it, because like from my own, I know that the university don't make many problems, and if they don't want my help, I will don't do it on purpose, just if they need it. But of course, I will ask for it. It's obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
So thank you. So I think this is really case by case depending on the university, and will depend also on the TWINET coordinator. So the idea will be, of course, to help them to promote the mobility project to their association, helping them with promotion templates. But it depends also on their university if they are promoting this kind of Erasmus project or not. So I could also help them to increase mobility projects, the EPSA mobility project that we're doing. And I think it would be important if they want to, so if the mobility coordinator, if the TWINET coordinator agrees to contact their dean, the dean of the faculty. So there's an association for the dean of faculty, which is the EAFP, sorry, and maybe contact them through mailing to see why they're not promoting this kind of project, and to see what we can do to explain to them the project that EPSA is doing for the students, and that we can help their students, to reach this kind of project.
Thank you, Liz. I now have Christian.
Well, firstly, I believe it will be necessary to contact the TWINET coordinator from the said organization, a student association, to ask for their input, how they can perhaps collaborate with the faculty. But I guess it would depend from faculty to faculty what kind of system they have and how approachable are perhaps their professors, because they in the end usually have the last word. As an Erasmus coordinator myself, we already have mobility days organized yearly where we can present these kind of opportunities. And perhaps it would be really nice to try to perhaps include that in every country to raise the awareness of mobility, not just TwinNet projects, but as well Erasmus, which was also mentioned in the joint paper of VSN and IPSA. And I think in that regard, we really need to strive to try to get more collaboration from the faculties. And I believe Mobility Coordinator presents an excellent position to do so. But always first with the input from the local TwinNet coordinator to see if that is even viable to pursue.
Thank you. I have a direct from Eva.
Eva HLM. So you all now connected TwinNet coordinators and promotion of Erasmus. But then what is the role of the Students Guide and the Students Guide ambassadors in your opinion?
Okay, so to connect with this, it was a question for for all of you, so I will start with Liz now.
Okay. I believe, the ambassador will be more focused on the Erasmus project and helping, because there's a couple of association and university who don't promote this project, the Erasmus project. So I believe that they should be the one to help promoting it, and through the student guide. So for sure, there are some countries, some university, and some students who are not aware of our student guide. So that would be the principal work of the ambassadors. Also, we've been talking maybe about the idea of the mobility days. So during these days, the ambassador could be there to promote the mobility project. And yeah.
Christian?
As far as ambassadors are concerned, in the past year I have also been an IPSA ambassador, and I can say, not quite aware of my role or what it should be. So as regarding the project, I would perhaps reevaluate its goals and its vision to see how we can better approach it, because I don't see many participation in the project itself. And perhaps we could also redesign it to have like another purpose, perhaps include students who have already been on mobility to provide first-hand information, how it has been. Students Guide, on the other hand, seems like an excellent project. However, the information is a bit out of date, but I would just work on updating it. Both of them, though, need to be mainly just promoted in the correct times when Erasmus is being applied for, or perhaps the semester is starting. And just coordinate with the LSs more so that they share the news regarding the Erasmus project concerning Students Guide or ambassadors.
Kinga?
Okay, so as I investigated both the ambassadors and Students Guide projects, I see that there are not many knowledge about the Students Guide at all, and not many interest in the ambassadors project, even if it's right purpose. That's why I think about changing the way of the students look for the Erasmus Plus and its connection with EPSA. And for ambassadors, I will try to use it first for the promotion of Erasmus to show that EPSA still have something to say in that area, to promote it by some interviews on EPSA blog, for some publications, for the EPSA newsletter. It was more maybe for social media and weekdays. What's more, when the promotion started about the Erasmus, I would think about the guidelines, as I said before, about conducting with the USN of different countries. Maybe they want to help us, to connect with us, or put the Students Guide on their site, because as I connect and compare both of them, there are much more information added to ours. And after doing all of that, I will think about refreshing the Students Guide if the interest of our members will be raised, and it will be more interesting. Thank you. I hope that I answered your question correctly.
Thank you. I have now a new point from Paulina.
Paulina, VP External. So taking into account the whole situation with the reassessing portfolio of EPSA projects, what
Okay,
would be
Paulina, I will just ask you to stop. I have the technical from Moana. Can you hear Paulina? Just understand.
One Festival Romania, sorry, no, there were two 9.3s seconded up. Sorry.
Sorry, okay. Sorry, Paulina, I have a 9.3 proposed by BPHD Germany and seconded by AFOP. I open the floor for discussion on the 9.3. If the 9.3 is approved, we will continue with an exposition. If it is not approved, we will still have questions for these candidates on the mobility coordinator. I open the floor for discussion. Okay, I have no comments, so I close the floor for discussion. I will draw a line, and you need to vote for, against, or abstain to the procedural motion. We'll draw a line. We have 20 votes in favor. The motion was carried unanimously. So I will now give 1 minute to each one to provide the final speech. I will start with Kinga.
Okay. So thank you all for attention and questions. As I already mentioned, I'm aware that the future mobility coordinator will have to face the adversities arising due to present pandemic situation. With that in mind, I intend to make every effort to maintain our members' awareness of mobility opportunities and, as soon as it will be possible, the mobility itself, at least the current or hopefully much higher level. As a creative and well-organized person, I understand that the project whose intention we want to constantly achieve should be gradually developed and changed if we need. I promise to always find the time for considering new solutions and opportunities to make the one connected to mobility better than they are today, along with putting all my priority to constantly be available for each member who will need my help and advice. I will be more than happy to become a part of new EPSA team, and it will be a pleasure to use my knowledge and experience to make mobility field as much available to EPSA members as I can. Thank you again.
Thank you. Please.
So I would like to thank you all for giving me the time to show you my motivation. I would like to thank you all for your question. I hope you felt my answer were relevant and it showed you how motivated I am. So you may have understood that mobility is a big deal for me. It's been a big part of my courses. That's why I would like to increase the awareness of the students. I always wanted to be part of this project, and that's mostly one of the reasons why I'm so motivated to learn new aspects of it and to bring a new perspective to the position. Thank you again for the time. Hope you will give me the chance to show you.
Christian?
I'll try to be brief. So I would first like to thank IPSA in general for this amazing journey that I began after attending the first event last year at AC in Sofia. Big thanks to Benjamin for being so approachable and the feedback and advice he provided. And lastly, I want to express my gratitude to my LS, Moitza from xiii.for being there for me, providing information and support whenever I need it. Thank you all for the questions and the consideration. I firmly believe student exchanges and mobility are unique opportunities for students during their studies, and it would be an honor for me to represent and promote that in EPSA. So with that, I hope I get the opportunity to prove myself in this position and also prove my determination to you. Thank you.
Thank you all. We will now proceed to the next position. Thank you for joining me. You can now go out. Exactly. Thank you. And we will go to the Professional Affairs Coordinator. We received 2 applications for this position. The first one, it was from Susanna, proposed by PPSA Poland and seconded by VPHD Germany. And the second one, it was from Nishita from Fasfere Romania, seconded by IPSA Ireland. With this, I open the floor for this. I would like to ask the candidates to join me with the camera, and I open the floor for discussion. I already have some points, so I will start with PPSA.
Carolina, PPSA Poland. It is our honor to present Zuzanna Tesh for the position of Professional Affairs Coordinator. She has been active in our association from the beginning of their studies. She has coordinated many events and was a volunteer whenever she could. Last year, she was a mentee in the mentoring project, and this year, she has been helping with the promotion of it. She took part in the IMP project this year in Frankfurt, represented it at Career Fair in Fort. She gained the necessary skills required to work with professionals of the pharmaceutical world. She has always remained approachable, and with her high work ethics, we as PPSA are sure she is the perfect candidate for the position of Professional Affairs Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. I have PPHD.
Matthias, PPHD Germany. Dear GA, PPHD Germany is supporting Susanna's application as we think she is a great candidate. She has attended several projects herself, like IMP, Career Fair, and Mentoring Project. This gives her hands-on experience from the view of a participant, as well as good ideas on how to upgrade the events in the future. During the project, she has attended various soft skill trainings, supporting her leadership and professional networking skills. She has contacted her past two professors, giving a great insight of the portfolio weight, as well as experience on how to organize. As well as good experience on how to organize what to improve in the future. This is why we think she is the ideal candidate, and thank you for considering her application.
Thank you. Fasfere.
Juana, Fasfere Romania. Mentors are all around us, so we would like you to take a second and think who makes you confident, focused, and inspired. Because to us, it's Nikita. He will be a social mentor among professional mentors. He will support, guide, and inspire those around him, as he did with all his teammates during SU20 preparations, and also during his work project. Ideas, projects, and people all stand in need of being presented in a charming way if they are to succeed and win an audience. Therefore, using his charisma, adaptability, and amazing problem-solving skills, which you could very well detect in his application, we can bet Nikita will bring the winning combination of ideas in order to push this portfolio further. His traits are the result of certain strategic segments of knowledge and insight, a strong sense of equality, warmth, and creativity. Team, members, students, take Nikita's hand and hold firmly onto it while taking your next step in career development. Thank you.
Thank you. IPSA.
Jess, IPSA Ireland. IPSA Ireland are seconding Nikita for the position of EPSA Professional Affairs Coordinator 2021. Nikita has ideas that will have a positive impact on projects this role encompasses and how they can connect with other aspects of EPSA. From the mentoring project to chats with professionals, he sees the value and potential in connecting these with other projects and increasing their reach to students across Europe. His passion and energy for this position is unquestionable. There is no doubt he will bring a lot to this role and show us all that energy and passion translate into hard work and solid results. IPSA believes that Nikita is the person that fits this role and has the ability to transform his department by making the projects he manages far more accessible and more attractive for students that we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more questions? I have Cyprian.
Okay, Cyprian, Professional Affairs Coordinator of EPSA. I would have a question for you guys. So, as you know, this year we had mentors from 3 different EPSA professional partners. So, can you please name one other professional partner that you would strongly wish to collaborate with in these regards, and why?
Okay, I will first take Susanna and then Nikita. Susanna?
Susanna, PPSA. I hope you can hear me. Great, thank you. So what I would like to focus or try to establish a new mentor relationship is the partner of EAHP. It's the European Association of Hospital Pharmacists, as I had already been as I already had some relation to this organization due to my IMP placement in Fresenius Kabi, because I think they are covering a lot of topics that are not as popular among pharmacy students, as different, for example, different issues with compounding. Then, therefore, I would like to include this one, as I think it has, it's going to have a great impact of our overview on the pharmaceutical market. Thank you.
Nikita?
Can you hear me, first of all? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much for your question, Cyprian, and hello to everybody. Okay, regarding this, as I previously stated, and the questions that I answered last week, I would like to personally bring professionals from fields like toxicology, and the one I personally like the most is forensics medicine, because who wouldn't like to have professionals from that domain? Personally, I am really thrilled about it, and I would like a lot to learn more about it, or to even work in that specific domain. So bringing professionals with the help of the Alumni Coordinator, or with the help of the VP of External Relations into the mentoring project, it would mean a lot to me, and that would be a great deed that I could get.
Thank you. I now have a question from Paulina.
Paulina, VP External. Taking into account recent challenges in the mentoring project and great number of applicants and great pool of mentees, how would you ensure good implementation of the project and good management of it, since it's quite extensive work, also including other projects in the portfolio?
Nikita?
Thank you very much, Paulina. Well, regarding this, of course, I will focus the most on the mentoring project, because it's the most demanding, it needs a lot of involvement, but I won't, at any time, I won't neglect the other projects. So, regarding the mentoring project, with good communication with the LSs, with good communication with further on with the mentees, with the mentor, I think I will be able to manage this situation. Personally, I bring valuable experience from the work field in which I currently work. It's a managing position, and based on this, I think managing a project which has, let's say, 60 or 70 or even more participants, mentors and mentees all together, will be, I think, an easy job. I think I will manage doing this. And as I said, with good communication with all of them, by engaging in them on emails, by getting on meetings, on different platforms, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, here on Adobe Connect, I can assure this will happen.
Thank you. Susanna?
Susanna, PPSA.
During the handover period, I would like to investigate the idea of creating a subcommittee or working group on the mentoring project to prevent myself as the professional affairs coordinator of taking too much work on my shoulders if the number of mentors is increasing and therefore the number of mentees is increasing as well, to not let the quality of the project lower. And second thing that is necessary in order to keep the quality and do not overburden myself would be developing a proper schedule for the month and being able to separate different tasks within the time. So I'm not overwhelmed at one point and then on the other I have less work to do. I would be consistent with that, and I would also like to consult this with other team members, especially the ones that I would be working most closely with, like educational affairs coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. I have xiii.
Moica, xiii Slovenia. As projects under the portfolio of Professional Affairs Coordinator are very well received by the students, I wonder if you perhaps see any room for improvement of other projects, not only mentoring.
Susanna first.
Yes, as I mentioned in my answers for your questions in the spreadsheet, for the activities that I am coordinating, I would be coordinating during the Congress. I would definitely focus on having some kind of icebreakers, as when I was the participant, I noticed that many of the students is going to them as the observers. They are not taking active part because they are maybe too shy to self-conscious about asking questions, and therefore they are usually listening to other people speaking. And at this point, I would like to definitely push forward making them more active. For the career page, I would like to definitely add the sub page in regards to the job seeking advices that would be coordinated with the HR person. And I would like to put more highlight towards the local guidelines for Career Week to the LSs, so they could promote the idea of local Career Week in their local associations. And for Career Week itself, for us, I would definitely try to relate the topic as much as possible to current EPSA agenda. Thank you.
Nikita.
Thank you very much for your question, Moitza. Well, regarding this, I can only first state that the mentoring project is one of the projects that goes and has the best outcomes in this association. One of the best. It is, let's say, the jewel of the crown. But further on, there is a lot of room for improvement. As I previously stated in the questions that I already answered, I still want to reinforce on that I would try and collaborate with, first, the training coordinator in order to bring more opportunities to the students in the mentoring project, get more trainings on soft skills or other important aspects, because they already have the hard skills from the mentors. I want to collaborate with the educational affairs coordinator in order to implement the IMP project into LEAP, because it's something that needs to be done. It's of such importance and will help mentees ensuring or checking their knowledge. It's a good knowledge evaluation for them. Further on, there are a lot of opportunities for the other projects as well. We have the career page, which can definitely be improved. As I said, by changing the interface and making it a little bit more user-friendly will help a lot. And also, we can also bring more valuable input to it. We can update it. We can bring more information. And for this, why not involving the mentees as well? Because they do work with a lot of professionals from a lot of domains, and they work on their IDPs, and they can bring as well information for.
The answer.
Sorry, can you please repeat?
Just conclude the answer. You have 10 seconds.
Okay, and also on the IDP, I will want to restructure the IDP because it's most important, and mentees and mentors stated the feedback related to this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I would like to remind you that we are giving 1 minute. I'm putting on the chat when you reach 1 minute and you have just time to conclude. And now I still have a question from Afop.
Marlene, Afop Austria. How would you react if a mentee is not satisfied and feels neglected by the mentor, and the situation is not getting better after you already intervened once and talked with both parties? Thank you.
Okay, first Nikita.
Thank you very much for your question. Well, regarding this, communication is the key in my opinion. Engaging the mentor and the mentee as well in a discussion is mandatory, is imperative in the situation. When you feel like something is not going wrong, you need to address that thing. You need to get feedback on it, and you need to work on it. Therefore, getting the mentee and the mentor, engaging them in a discussion regarding this, finding out why there's this, why this neglection appeared at the first place will help into solving the situation and getting there further on with the project without any problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susanna?
Thank you for the question. To answer it, I can totally relate to my own experience as when I was the mentee, my mentor was at some point not very well responsive. I reached out to Paulina, who was back then a professional affairs coordinator, and she kept on communicating with the mentor. Therefore, I would totally engage students to try to look for activities that can be done and later revised by the mentor. And in the meantime, I would like to reach to the mentor in the email or maybe on the LinkedIn group, as I stated in my answers. And I would like to get to know why is he or she responsive? What are the obstacles with this? And after the whole project, I would get proper feedback from both of the sides and then revise and ask my successor to take in consideration what has happened during the mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have a question from SSFP.
Ioana, SSFB Romania. From the Summer University's RC side, I would like to bring some background knowledge on Nikita's involvement as helping team. As helping team member, he brought great input in the sponsorship and logistics department. He developed his EPSA knowledge a lot during the last year as a helping team member and also being involved in the knowledge transfer working group. And he showed us all his strong motivation, proactiveness, and positive energy. So I believe he would be he would bring a very good vibe in the team as being the professional affairs coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyprian?
Thank you, Duarte. Egyptian Professional Affairs Coordinator of EPSA. Another question for me. Any ideas and clear ideas of content that you would like to implement for the professional development workshop?
I have first Susanna.
Thank you for the question. Yes, definitely. As I stated already, in the different project ideas, I would like to introduce students more to the LinkedIn platform and different opportunities that are coming from this website. How can it affect their potential in the best way? As I know that some of the trainers under the EPSA trainer pool are having a very good overview, I would like to invite them also to the project, to the workshop, and help me with this matter. And therefore also CV creating and the job interview tips. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita.
Thank you very much for your question, Ciprian. Well, regarding this, I cannot neglect that going online is really important. As Susanna stated, a strong LinkedIn profile is imperative, is needed. But we can also work on other things, like motivation letters, how they should be structured, on CVs, on let me think. We can also address professional. It's a little bit tricky because I feel she stated very well the question, but workshops can still be done in order to help our mentees further on increase their knowledge in this one. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a 9.3 proposed by APEF, seconded by VFSO Belgium. I open the floor for discussion. I close the floor for discussion. Now I'll draw a line and you need to vote for, against, or abstain on the 9.3. Okay, thank you. I have 21 votes for. The motion was carried unanimously. I will first ask Nikita to provide your final speech. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Eduard. At first, I want to thank all of you and my colleagues for inspiring me in getting here and running for this position. I would also like to tell you a little story. I hope I have time. Previously, months before, I have been asked what my superpower would be, and I said morphling. And I said this because just like water, I can take any shape. I can fit in any environment, and because of this, I think I'm the perfect fit for this professional affairs coordinator position. As previously stated, I have management skills that are very useful on this position. I previously worked directly with professionals by seeking sponsorship for Summer University 2020, and all of this I think made me the perfect fit. I ask for your word of trust. Just take my hand and you won't regret it. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Stay safe.
Thank you. Susanna?
Dear General Assembly, at first I would like to thank you for all of your questions and the interest in my candidacy. I would also like to use the opportunity to thank for my awesome PPSA team and great support of my seconder. I would like to just mention that since my experience with EPSA has started, I was involved in many projects under the Professional Affairs Coordinator portfolio, and I think it had a great impact on my own professional development. Therefore, I think I would be a good fit for being a guide for students who want to push a little bit in that direction. If I become a new professional affairs coordinator, I ensure I will work closely with the whole team, LSs and alumni, to provide European pharmacy students with the best tools and skills possible for shaping their career path. Thank you very much.
Thank you to both candidates. We finish now with the external department. I would like just to ask you for a little more time because now we are just finished. We still have 3 positions, but we are finishing with this. So please, I will continue with the grant coordinator and I will ask Joanna to join me with the camera. Okay, thank you, Joanna, and I open the floor for discussion. I have PPSA Poland.
Piotr, PPSA Poland. It is our honor to present Joanna Oberska for the position of Grant Coordinator. She has been actively involved in our association since the beginning of her studies. This year, as Vice President of Education in PPSA Warsaw, Joanna provided her unbelievable will for action and time management skills. As the president of our local association, I was able to observe her commitment to her duties since the first day she was elected. Joanna was also responsible for composing a grant proposal for the European Solidarity Corps and an award proposal for European Health Award 2020, which means she has all the necessary skills to be the best candidate for grant coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Upsa.
Anna of Hungary, who's decided to be a seconder of Joanna's application for grant coordinator because not only is she motivated, she already has experience for this position. She's familiar with European Union grant documentation and already composed the grant proposal for the European Solidarity Corps and an award proposal for European Health Award 2020. HUPSA fully supports her application as we believe she is the perfect candidate for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more comments on the room? I have IPSA.
Jess, it's Ireland. So from reading your LS questions, you mentioned about giving member associations information on grants. And to be honest, I think that this is an area that can be quite daunting for smaller associations. So from your own experience, because you seem to have a lot of it, what do you think is the best way to communicate with these members in order to make them more aware and educated about these opportunities? Thank you.
Joanna?
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for your question, Jess. I think I tried to state that a bit in the LS questions that I would like to start exploring that possibility by exploring current communication schemes between EPSA team and EPSA members. I think just giving the members possibility and information of existing grant possibilities and providing them with support and opportunity to reach out and to have a helping hand with creating and crafting a grant proposal and someone to maybe guide them through the process. I think this would be very beneficial for them. As I've already given a couple of different possibilities of doing that in the LS questions, I don't think it will be necessary for me to go through them again. But again, I think that just reaching out and giving them the possibility would be enough for the start.
Thank you. Do I have any more questions on the room? I would like to have yes or no's on the chat. Okay. I'm seeing no, so I close the floor for discussion, and I will give 1 minute to Joanna to give your final speech.
Thank you. To start, I would like to thank you so much to PPSA and HOPSA for proposing and seconding my application. I would like to again express my high motivation for this position, and I believe I have the exact skills and experience for this role. I strive for constant improvement, and I will try to improve on already existing grant application for Erasmus Plus grant and connect more with EPSA members. I am incredibly excited to contribute to EPSA and by means of applying for grants and awards, shape the future of the organization. Thank you for considering my application.
Thank you, Joanna, for joining us, and I will now proceed to the next coordinator from the European Affairs Department. We receive an application for the Policy Affairs Coordinator from Piotr, proposed by PPSA Poland and seconded by xiii. With this, I will ask Piotr to join me with the camera, and while Piotr is joining, I open the floor for discussion. I have PPSA. I will give you camera rights, Piotr.
May I start?
Yes.
Thank you. Karolina, PPSA Poland. It is our honor to present Piotr Nawrocki for the position of Policy Affairs Coordinator. During his mandate as Treasurer, Secretary General, and then later the President of his local association, he has gained many skills. His ability of creating and keeping official documents has flourished over the years. He has always provided the board of PPSA with feedback and insight during our General Assemblies. With his deep interest for advocacy matters and high motivation to represent the voice of European students, we believe Piotr is the ideal candidate for the position of the Policy Affairs Coordinator for the mandate 2020-2021. Thank you.
Thank you, PPSA. And now I have xiii Slovenia.
Mojca xiii Slovenia. xiii is honored to second Piotr's application for Policy Affairs Coordinator. His motivation for running for this position is sincere. He already has a lot of experience with advocacy, working in the team, and his willingness to learn is enormous, as he already proactively approached and asked a lot of people for feedback to receive opinions from these different perspectives. To add, the concrete ideas he mentioned in his application truly reflect on the knowledge, understanding, and clear vision he has for the position. With all that being said, xiii thinks he is the right person for Policy Affairs Coordinator and that he will contribute to the further development of that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions on the room? I have IPSA.
Jess, IPSA Ireland. I'm just asking this question because I do a lot of this stuff for my own association as well. So I'm just curious about what your answer would be. From looking at the LS questions and from Sarah HLM's question on quality versus quantity, I completely agree with your answer on this. However, I think it is really difficult to get many stakeholders, including students, to see how important some issues are. I'm just wondering, do you have any further ideas on how to make EPSA's policy papers more recognised sufficiently with both stakeholders and the student body? Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I would just like to ask for a clarification. If you're asking about my ideas to make policy papers more recognizable among the stakeholders. Or maybe I understood it wrong.
Okay, IPSA.
Jess, IPSA Ireland. Yeah, so from my experience, I think it's quite difficult to gain that recognition from a lot of valuable stakeholders. Like they tend to overlook a lot of student organizations and their opinion. So I'm just wondering what you would do to make sure that you are engaged with stakeholders alongside the VP of EA, and if you could just describe a bit of that process. Thank you.
Okay, so I think for the firstly we have to provide the good quality of the policy paper. So doing a good research will be crucial, and I think like making our policy papers more recognizable among stakeholders is the main task of VP of European Affairs. I am just a coordinator, and the VP is based in Brussels, so he's able to reach them. And I think we can do at the beginning of the mandate brainstorming how to tackle this matter, so we can have many ideas how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Afop.
Melina, Afop Austria. Since as of right now there is no application for VPEA, how would you proceed if this position is for a longer time not filled and you have no VP to fall back on or to guide you? Thank you.
Piotr.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think we still have a handover period, so I will be able to talk with Daniela and Tilen what to do, and I hope they will guide me well. And I really believe that we will find VPEA soon, so we'll be able to do much more work. Thank you.
Napster.
Theodora, Napster, Serbia. So what is your great motivation for this position, as pharmacy students are not aware of policy fully, and what is your main goal for the next mandate? Thank you.
Piotr.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think pharmacy students know EPSA that we have events, we have education, public health campaigns, but not so many of them really know about advocacy, and we should make them aware of this. So I would like to increase the engagement of the EduProf representatives so they can share their knowledge about advocacy within their associations. I would also like to discuss with the PR department the ways how advocacy could be promoted within the social media, so we have quite good reach to the local associations and their members. I hope this answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Do I have any question on the room? Okay. Can I have more yes or no's, please, from the audience? Okay, I'm not seeing any new point. I'm seeing no's from the room. So I close the floor for discussion, and I will give 1 minute to Piotr. I already closed the floor, so I will give you 1 minute to Piotr.
Okay, dear General Assembly, thank you for considering my application. Thank you for your questions. My journey with EPSA has started in 2018 with the annual Congress in Barlo, the Netherlands. Since then, I believe I have gained all the necessary experience and knowledge to be a suitable candidate for the Policy Affairs Coordinator. As you could see, I am a highly motivated person and I have very clear ideas regarding this position. I am sure that with the help of the team, I will be able to increase the engagement of EduProf representatives, develop the policy newsletter more, and deliver policy documents of good quality. I believe together we will create a strong advocacy for all the pharmaceutical students around Europe. I will be honored to be the part of EPSA Team 2020-2021. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Piotr. And now we will proceed to the last point of the agenda. There is the presentation of the candidates for Audit Committee. We received one application from Yel. I don't know if I pronounced right. But yeah, proposed by KNPSV and seconded by APF Portugal. And first, I would like to open the floor for questions. I have KNPSV.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Kathy, KNPC Netherlands. We as the KNPC fully support Jelle Sinisa in his application for Audit Committee member. Jelle is a very social and hardworking member of the KNPC. His experience as treasurer of several committees of the KNPC, as well as his experience as full-time treasurer at the local association xiv, provides him with great knowledge about finances. He knows how to work with a bookkeeping program and how to check reimbursements. He is very motivated to be able to tackle financial calculations, keeping the regulations in mind, to present an objective statement about the account of EPSA at the GAs, and to work closely together with the treasurer, all in order of safeguarding of the finances of EPSA. For all of these reasons, we are confident that Jelle will be a great addition to the Audit Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I have APF.
Indeed, APF Portugal, APF is really supportive with Jelle application for Audit Committee member. When we got in touch with his will on applying for EPSA, we were really happy to see his experience and also the great feedback about his tackle EPSA finances and also give a neutral opinion about it. After knowing his motivation and how he intends to develop his work as Audit Committee member, we felt completely comfortable and sure he is going to give his best. For this reason, APF hopes you consider his application as much as we do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Dylan.
Dylan, Treasurer-elect. Hi, so just my question is just short and simple, and it's just why did you choose the position of Audit Committee over any other position on the EPSA team?
Thank you. I have Jelle. Okay, Jelle, we are not hearing you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. All right, great. Thank you for the question, Dylan. I chose the position of Audit Committee member because of my experience with finance, and I did not choose any other position due to I feel I lack the specific knowledge for these positions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do I have comments or questions on the room? I would like to see yes or no's on the chat. Okay, with this, Jelle, I will give you 1 minute for your final speech.
Thank you, Eduard. As I am closing out the presentations for today, or at least for this session, I would like to thank all applicants for sharing their opinions and views on the future of EPSA, and I hope to be working together with you soon. I would also like to thank the KNPSV and the APAF for proposing and seconding me, and I hope to look forward to working with all of you, LSs and team members. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jelle. With now, we are almost closing this session. I think you can leave me, Jelle. Sorry, you can turn off the camera thing. So we are almost done with this session. I think Mihai has something. Yeah, Mihai, EPSA President.
Yeah, can you hear? Okay, it's working. Mihai, President. So I was discussing with PC after yesterday the proposal because there was no president, there was no president candidate for this GA, and after considering, I would not want the vote of confidence. Just because after the first team meeting, I would not have the physical time to work that much on EPSA as a president in case the there would be no president elected by that time, but I will continue working for EPSA until the first meeting as a president as at my usual duty. For now, as I planned everything, but I did not foresee this part, and I have my personal duties and my full-time job that would not allow me after the first meeting to have the full responsibility of the president. I hope the General Assembly understands.
Okay, thank you, Mihai. With this, I would just like to know if you have any questions. If not, I will ask Mina. Okay, I have a clarification from Eva.
Eva HLM, so can PC clarify what the procedure is now? Because if the executive is going into a coordinator discussion, this should be resolved before.
Okay, so the executive will proceed on the discussion. This will be made with the executive, the current executive and the executive elected, and the motion will be presented by the executive, the current exec, as it is usually. The opinion will be made together, and they will present to the LSs. What happens with the president is that if until the first team meeting we still don't have any president elected, the current executive will have to take over one position to president, and it is the VPIA, because the association cannot function without a president. And until there, we will work with Mihai, and if no one applied, we will proceed. But for the motion, it's not a problem because it's the current exec that proposed the motions. I have Mihai with the direct.
Okay, Mihai, President. On that, I would also want to address something to the current team and the current executive to consider the position. I know it's a high responsibility, but I want to assure that I will be there to support you for it's more than 6 months, I think 8 months from now or 9, and also after with any questions that you might have, and also with more than questions, also with support on documents and everything that's needed. But as I said, I would not be able myself to continue, even though I would want to. I have other responsibilities that appeared in meantime, and also planned ones after the end of this mandate that I cannot will interfere, and I would not be able to deliver a high quality mandate as I would want to.
Thank you. Ape, do you still have your clarification? Okay. I have Eva.
Eva HLM, yeah, and what do you plan to do now with the IPP position?
Okay, what we have stated in Terso is that on this moment we will still have to have the president. So the IPP position, it will be voted over an online LS meeting. It is clear. I would like to know if you still have any questions. Okay, thank you all. I just would like to address the candidates to be here on time at 6 p.m. You will all join together in the breakout room during the internal discussion. And yes, I will ask Mina. I just have David typing. Sorry, 5 p.m. 5. It was my mistake. 5 p.m. Okay. So with this, I will draw a line and I will ask Mina to perform the roll call.
APOP Austria, VPSA Belgium, SAPOM Bosnia and Herzegovina, BPTC Bulgaria, CPC Croatia, CIPSA Cyprus, USF Czech Republic, ANEP France, BPC Germany, HUPSA Hungary, IPSA Ireland, LPC Latvia, KDAT and PDAT the Netherlands, MPC North Macedonia, PPSA Poland, APF Portugal, FASPA Romania, NAPSTER Serbia, SPC Slovakia, SHSF Slovenia, FEF Spain, SNAP Sweden, ATIP Switzerland, UPS International Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom.
Mina?
We have 21 voting members present.
And I send the standing orders. See you at 5.
We could use some running.